Hello! Welcome, everybody. Welcome. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here. Hold on. Set it to break. At the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing tonight? Welcome to the office hours. This is a live stream. So I can't wait for somebody to complain about wanting to hear about this and not wanting to have to sit through 4 hours of this when 3 hours of this is just going to be me looking at a CIG live stream. But this is, as a live stream, we're going to be talking a little bit about stuff. We're going to talk about lore, news, and more. How y'all doing? Welcome. Sorry I'm a little late. We were doing our annual Star Citizenship review from the Inforunners, where all the Inforunners got together and talked and hang out, and we rate every ship in Star Citizen S to F. No, it got an F, which, there's a couple Fs, yeah, but it was good. It's fun. We are going to have a lot here, chat. There's gonna be a lot because I'm gonna have to jump right into it. I can't even wait because we have 2+ hours of live stream to get through and listen to. I might listen to it on a couple of fast speeds because so we can go through it a little bit faster. But then I also have to do a monthly report that we're going to read through. So, yeah, it's big. This is CIG decided to go from radio silent to all of everything at once. It's 3 hours long. God damn. All right, we're just going to jump into it. I'm going to speed this up. .25. That should be fun enough.
Hi there. We're back. Yes, take a moment to accept that this is my actual.
One, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. I got you. Welcome, you dirty lot. Welcome. We're gonna watch a 3-hour live stream. Are you ready? And yes, for those of you who don't know, yeah, we're gonna go through the full 3 hours. This is office hours, my dude. Of course we do that. Suit. I'm doing it at fast speed, so it's at 1.25 speed. So. Trust me, I know it sucks losing a father. I lost my dad last year. Or 2 years ago now.
Valicid just resubscribed for 10 months. 07.
Thank you so much for that, Valicid, for that many months. I didn't even see it.
Take away my spaceship.
7 months. Oof.
You can take away my
feel bad. I feel so bad for keeping you. It's all right. I was gonna be late anyways. Hey, we got the golden kappa. Woo!
Ever take away my space game.
Which I mean, you get the golden kappa for 24 hours if you subscribe. Or bits, I think.
Shrido_ just resubscribed for 10 months. 10 months, down.
Dang, 10 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. This you probably just drinking out shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Try it there, Valsoth.
You can take away my space.
Listen, it said golden kappa. I don't know if that's true or not, but it said you get it for 24 hours, so.
But you can never, ever.
Type in kappa. With a capital K. Nope, it didn't work. Capital K. Shinobi.
Klepter _ just resubscribed for 20 months. Only 20? Coulda sworn it was 2 years already anyway. 07 Paul, glad to see ya.
Maybe it was when the train ends. I've never had a golden kappa thing. I just read the things like, you know, you get golden kappa for 24 hours.
Xanth just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much, Xanth, for that for those 5 subs. Wait for it. It's Shinobi.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
I'm gonna look it up here in 2 seconds. Make sure we know.
__hole just resubscribed for 57 months. Don't you dare take off the helmet.
Okay.
Shinobi Trip _ just gifted 10 subs.
Yeah, so yeah, if the users who contribute to this get a golden kappa for 24 hours. So if you subscribe, you're gifted a sub, or your biddies, you get it while the stream's going on. So if you want a golden kappa, once it's done, you'll get it. So we're at level 5. Thank you for them biddies. Thank you, Shinobi, for gifting those 10 subs. You are all mads. Lol, since when did you get an adult advisor notification? Since I started streaming. Because I say naughty words, I have to put the 18 up there. What is even a golden kappa? So basically, when you type in kappa, the emote, in chat, capital K. Hey.
Escap super chatted $9.99. Dance for US.
Do me your
visibility.
You can take away my spaceship.
Yeah, that but golden.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
A lot of people don't know about the kappa. It's an old school Twitch emote. Unless you've been around for a while, you may not know what the kappa does or what it represents.
Ostentatious _ just resubscribed for 20 months. Scissor.
Yeah, what Jin says, that's thank you so much for that 20 months there. Ostentatious, you're very important, but very impressive. Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All of the early Twitch emotes were developers' faces. They were all Twitch employees' faces. So like a lot of the early ones were. They just kind of put them out there because they were fun.
Distress bacon.
Them biddies.
Hello and welcome.
They are them biddies. Let's see what they are. They're all the global emotes. Look, a lot of the ones that are just faces, those are their Twitch staff. Hello and welcome, Iris. Thank you. Hey, Putterbruck. Cindy. the helmet back on. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the train's over.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
Yeah, if you open up the rewards when it comes up, pops it up.
Take away my space game.
That's a rare drop.
Sandy Sanderson just resubscribed for 27 months.
Thank you so much for that 27 months of support. You're very important, but very impressive. Mr. Rainy Pedestrian, this is your fault. There's good night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Enjoy the Golden Kappa. You will have it for 24 hours. Go spam it around. Show it to your friends. They'll be impressed. So it's a rare thing, the Golden Kappa, because it only shows up every so often. Man, today has just been conspiring to make me stream longer and stay up late. I'm gonna have to get some stay awake juice for this one. I want to be up until like 1. It's all right. I don't have much tomorrow. I do have work, but I've already set up all of the stuff I need to do for it. So,
Be frightened. It's my parents' fault. So I've got a little bit of a speech here before we begin. Let's see if I can
Thank
get
you
through
for
without
that.
messing up. Probably not. It's a new year, and those that have followed the project for a while can tell you that the first couple months of any year at CIG is a period of examination, of planning, and of taking those.
if he's sounding a little longer, a little faster, it's because I've increased him. Ah. Thank you, X. Just play videos for class.
Executors just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much, Execute, for getting those 5 subs. You're all very important publishers, very impressive. This is very pedestrians. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers and chat. Shots and cheers. Even better, it's a online moderated quiz test. So I don't have to move around a lot. I take their phones, I lock them out of their computers, so they're only stuck on what they can with the test, and I can monitor all of their screens while they're playing, while they're doing it. So that's just how Jared normally talks. Yeah. So I've sped this up because it's 3 hours.
Triumphs and lessons alike for the previous year, and using them to chart an improved and refined way forward for the continuing development of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So far, so good. And this year, we've set the focus of those efforts early with December's letter from the chairman, where CEO and founder of the company, Chris Roberts, stated his intention to evolve both the existing patch release cadence and the content within for Star Citizen.
You're not wrong, Tim.
Away from the previous new feature-laden model and into a more content-driven and stability-focused endeavor. So, sitting here right now, what the hell does that really mean? Does it mean that we wave a magic wand and it all gets better in a single monthly patch like last week's 401? No, of course not. Does it mean holding patches back for 3, 4, 5 months at a time with no new content until there's a perfect release? Not quite, because we still need to make new stuff to feed the beast, and as many of you already know, while PTU and Tech Preview have their valuable and essential uses, they will still never reach the concurrency numbers of Live Alpha, and it is all too often the stresses of that high concurrency Live Alpha that ultimately reveal the true underlying sources of problems beneath for a project like this. So, if patches are going to keep coming no matter what, then what's actually changing this year? So like everything else in Star Citizen, I'm certain this too will continue to expand and mature as we move throughout the year.
I haven't watched it yet, no.
But in its simplest terms, what this means is pulling engineers and programmers off of a lot of the new fancy feature work they've always been on and putting them on less sexy but more quality of life driven efforts like rebuilding elevators in transit to better work with the realities of server meshing, fixing issues where your hangar eats your ship and your cargo disappears, finally introducing some version of unique item recovery as quickly and as efficiently as we can, and much, much more. It means a greater focus on refining the gameplay that's already there in the persistent universe, and less time spent on continuously introducing the instability of a multitude of brand new features every 3 months or so. It also means a new content and gameplay delivery schedule intricately tied to the introduction of new ongoing story narratives for the persistent universe that allow you as players to reshape the galaxy around you, beginning with 401, and the faction warfare that will change Pyro by the end of this year. So what? No more new features? No. It just means that we're going to continue to work on new gameplay like resource network, crafting, and base building in the background, and do it slower, more deliberately, and with more time to cook. It means these new features not coming out as quickly as originally planned, because the same super talented engineers and programmers that used to be working on those will now be focused on fixing what's essentially already there first.
All right, I agree with Jin. We had this conversation in on Discord earlier, and Jin was like, okay, so tell us the plan. If you're straight up saying the stuff we previously wanted to do and now are going to take a longer time, 3 months ago you said that base building and monster hunting were coming in the next 12 to 18 months. So we're just not expect them until 2 years from now? Like you need to set expectations at this point. You can't say it's going to take a little longer and then take the two things you explicitly said was 12 to 18 months and not give us an idea. At least tell us if it's going to slip. Like, even if you're like, well, we don't know, it might slip, say that, because that way it sets expectations, because there are people who are setting their expectations now for 12 to 18 months. And if you do not set that expectation now, it will bite you in the ass. Jared, I am talking to you. If anybody ever sends this to you, you fucked this up last year by getting way too excited about 4.0, and it blew up in all y'all's faces. I know other things happen, and of course things change. I understand. But at the same time, do not do it again. Don't do just the opposite thing. You're still not setting expectations properly. Be upfront and honest about how you don't know if it's going to make it, so do not expect it this year. If you say that and you make it anyways, no one's going to complain. But if you do say it's still planned on it because people are still thinking that it's 12 to 18 months, it will blow up in your fucking face. No, I get it, Bones, but they need to set those expectations right now. I get that this is a good move, but if they don't set the expectations that they already had set in CitizenCon, then people are going to be screaming. Now, people always scream, but this is going to be a lot of people say, but they said specifically, Chris Roberts said 12 to 18 months, and then pull up this clip over and over again of him saying that from now until the end of time, to save your staff a lot of harassment problems, to save your community a lot of headaches. Just bite the bullet and say, we don't know, don't expect it this year. If you say that, it's bingo, perfect. No one's going to get you angry at you about that. No, it's a good move. You just need to set expectations properly. If you're not setting expectations, then people are going to go, okay, then when? And obviously you can't answer the when question, so just say, don't expect it this year. It's as simple. No, we're not getting monsters and base building aren't coming in this year. Just say that. You say that right now. If it happens, it happens, and you'll be like, hey, happy accident, it's done. But now then suddenly people go, cool, I can reset my expectations. I'm going to go play something else. I'm going to go do something else. I'm not going to get my friends involved. I'm not going to get excited, because when you don't do that and you try to get people hyped about it, people get hyped and then they get sour because you've kept them on that hype juice this entire time, and then they turn into fucking haters. That's how this pipeline works. Sorry, that was a big discussion, Shimpasta, in the Discord about like setting expectations properly, and I think most of the rest of this will be fine.
And when these new features are ready to do so, they'll go into expanded, dedicated tech preview testing instead of the PU to ensure their functionality and stability. Ultimately, this year is a recommitment to our desire to make Star Citizen a place where everyone can live out their sci-fi dreams, whether they're industrial, commercial, civil, impartial, or controversial, simply about traversal or other people's dispersal, but always universal and hopefully with little to no reversal. And to do so with an ambitious monthly patch cadence, focused on content, not features, that we hope brings with it new places to go, new things to do, and new fixes to the issues that have often hampered the experience in the past. I got cute.
Are they getting rid of the 4.0 point patches and just going 4.0 point what? Point 2, point 3, point 3, like,
there for a minute, so I'm just going to explain it again just to be clear. Monthly patches with little to no brand new features causing brand new instabilities, instead full of progressive bug fixes and refactors that will build over time, and with new story-driven content primarily utilizing game systems already in place that will continue developing the stories of Stanton and Pyro and beyond, of factions and sandworms and science run amok and more, including new in-game adventures and discoveries along the way. And that last part is super relevant to you and me and our relationship, and why I'm talking so much right now. Quiet. That's not true. I've never needed a reason to talk this much. With this next evolution of Star Citizen's development meaning a more content-driven, in-universe experience, and with big feature work taking a backseat to fixing what's already there and then moving into the public tech preview development environment once it's ready farther down the line, so too must our weekly video offerings.
4.0.1.1. No. More like 4.0.1, 4.0.2, 4.0.3. So we might end this year with 4.0.12. Because, and that's the thing, is that I think from now going forward, the patches are patches. We just got 4.0, 4.0.1. He said monthly cadences. They want to release 4.2 next month, or this month. So in February. So we might, our 4.0.2. So in March, we might not get a 4.1. We might get a 4.0.3, and then a 4.0.4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. And so because they're doing it monthly, they can drop something in when it's ready. And if it's not ready, they pull out and test it, and they can still continuing drop. So instead of having a 4.x patch, those won't exist. It's just going to be a 4.0.1 and 2. Instead of big singular patches, we're going to have 12 micro patches.
Things change. And to preserve that discovery of new story, to evade spoiling the outcome of new content, and to avoid doing 5 weeks of consecutive shows that all basically say every engineer is working on elevators in transit right now, we're making changes to the weekly ISC and SCL content and cadence. So like everything else that continues to evolve and change as the year goes on, we'll be bringing Inside Star Citizen and Star Citizen Live together on Thursdays. We're going to be adding a new Behind the Ship series and alternating between them as the stories we want to tell each week demands. For instance, last week was BTS Fortune on Tuesday. This week, we're having Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beauséjour sitting patiently to my right here on SCL for an in-depth chat about 4.0 preview, why it was done and how it helped the project, how we used to work, how we're going to work going forward, answer questions about this new focus on stability going forward, and I've even pulled an extensive list of JIRAs that we're going to go over to find out what the heck is really going on with some of these persistent bugs. And then next week, you'll get another BTS show on the upcoming Super Hornet Mark II on Tuesday, and then an ISC on Thursday, where we'll dive deeper into what the content-driven side of this new initiative really means. We're going to recap the story so far and look at how the storylines of the Precision Universe will begin to take shape later this year.
We haven't even started yet.
I almost missed my mouth.
That was fast. The way he's talking, that was fast for normal speed. It sounds like he's chipmunk Jared on the faster speed.
So like the recent cancellation of the Lunar New Year free flight was done to avoid further destabilizing the current Star Citizen experience for our players, this change to our programming will provide a multitude of benefits for our players and developers, allowing us to preserve the full experience of the content work for a proper in-game discovery by you, but just as importantly, letting the devs keep much of their focus, frankly, where we all think it should be, on making Star Citizen and Squadron 42 everything we all want it to be. And with fewer distractions by me, the guy they've all come to fear and dread whenever I walk over to their desk. Except you. You don't get to escape. Now, there will still be videos dedicated to the making of Star Citizen, just fewer than before. There will still be new ships added to the verse. Most will just use existing gameplay systems to avoid creating instability wherever possible. There will be more patches than ever before, approximately once a month. We're currently counting about 10 over the course of the year, full of bug fixes and new story-driven content, and there's going to be fewer big-ticket features you were used to in the past being introduced until things are shored up. In short, too late. It's going to be a very interesting year to be certain. And yeah, this is a lot of talk. To which I'm just going to say, yeah, this is a talk show. That's what we do on SCL. The ultimate proof of these efforts will be seen little by little, month after month, over the course of this entire year. And we hope you'll join us and continue to support us on this new adventure towards a
It's funny you say that right as Jared said, this is a lot of talk.
more stable universe. So with that, I'm going to take a drink and we'll get started with the show proper. Roll the cue card. The top.
All right, I'm already going to pull some stuff out real quickly. So he said 10 patches. I don't think we're going to see 4.1. I think it's 4.0.3 onwards. But we'll see. It could be 4.123. We could end the fucking year on 410. That's insanity. But what it sounds like is he's trying to set expectations right now that ISC and SCL are not going to be what we've had before. So it's no longer going to be a big making of Star Citizen stuff. It is going to be an examination of what Star Citizen has. All of the ships that are going to be released are ships that deal with current technologies, not new technologies. Already what Jared is setting expectations for saying is this year is not going to be the year for anything big. They're still going to try to put stuff in, is what he said, but it's not going to be guaranteed. So what I'd like for them to say is that do not expect any major additions to Star Citizen in 2025. What we have now will be what we have at the end of the year. If you expect that, you'll be happy. If CIG says that, I will be a happy person, because that is an important set of expectations. No engineering, no scanning, no new system, no base building, no monster hunting, nothing. You get nothing but content, meaning missions, and improvements to the gameplay to make sure the game functions. They need to say that. They need to say that to within the next month. And I think if they do, you're going to get a lot of people who are going to be upset initially, and then they'll get over it in a couple of weeks. And most people will go, okay, cool. I'll see you in 2026 if they're that invested in it. They need to say that, though, because by setting that expectation, they're not going to get people that way. If they do get engineering in, which I still think they're going to get engineering in before the end of this year, because it's already been in development for a while. When they do get engineering in at the end of this year, before the end of this year, people will go, oh, nice. You know, it'll be a fun surprise rather than where's engineering, or why is it 6 months late? Because that was the problem. The reason why people were mad last year wasn't because what was released wasn't good. It was significantly good. It was that CIG set bad expectations from the beginning, overran those expectations, and fucked everything up. Well, thank you. You say thank you for being consistent. I didn't see the video, so I didn't know what he was talking about. So that's why I didn't want to say, oh yeah, he definitely has to say this. But now that I'm hearing what he's saying, yeah, he has to say that, because that's going to bite you in the ass.
I thought about pre-recording it, but I didn't.
We're doing it live.
Oh, one take Huckabee. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, well, this is a really interesting one to start on. This is our special edition, a More Stable Universe episode with me and Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beausejour. Benoit, I've been talking too much. Say something.
Hi, everybody.
How you doing, Benoit?
I'm good. I'm good.
So for anyone who doesn't know you, let's start us off. Explain who you are and why you're the person that's here talking to us today on this show.
So I'm the Chief Technology Officer, or as the acronym means, Chaos Team Organizer. And so my job is to now lead the engineers in their development efforts, but also in the development of the Star Engine and also both games, right? To make sure that engineers know what.
Listen, Benoit, it's cultist technician officer. Okay, you're the one who hands the netcode engineers the voodoo dolls, the snakes, and whatever black magic they need to make the things work.
They have to do, that they have the tools to do it, and that they have the right priorities overall based on the two projects.
So this show is going to go a bit longer than normal. We're going to break it into a couple different sections. We're going to talk about a few different aspects of development. And then for the latter...
ostentation, and I know a lot of people are saying it was a lot of ways of saying nothing. Jared is a actor. He's a thespian. And what he was doing was trying to be entertaining. So he wasn't trying to be informative, because if he was trying to be informative, he would have just sat there and droned off 5 sentences and that would be it. But he was being dramatic. And as a thespian, I appreciate the drama.
Half of the show, we are literally going to bring up Jira's on my screen, and we're going to talk to him about all the most pressing bugs. Well, not all of them, but many of the most pressing bugs, and find out what the heck's going on. But before we get to that, I want to talk about how we used to work, then talk about this big change that's going into effect this year, so on and so forth. So let's start with the old ways. Let's start back at the end of last year with 4.0 and the 4.0 preview. Over the last 2 months, we've seen a lot of opinions online about how that went and why we did things the way that we did. So you tell us, why did we choose, what did we learn from 4.0? 4.0 was in testing.
Do you not know what a Jira is, Iris? Don't no one get mad at Iris for not knowing what a Jira is. Because a Jira is actually a really cool thing. It's something you can use for your own life. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it, but I know people who use Jiras to organize themselves. It's a piece of organization software, which works pretty well. Yeah.
For 3 months before it went to preview, and then we left it on for another month and a half.
Yeah, it's a planning tool for projects. It's usually used for software, but I've seen people use it for other projects as well. You basically track, when you have a big complicated project, it tracks a bunch of the things that are going good, going wrong, need review, all these sorts of things at once. So you don't have to try to keep it all in paper or in your head. It allows you to kind of cleanly see what's going on. Software engineers hate JIRAs. They fucking despise JIRAs because it requires you to write things down and then close them out properly. And so project managers are constantly telling engineers to close something out when they don't want to do it in the first place.
How did this process go?
Well, so during the development of 4.0, there was a lot of new technology coming on, right? So it's a major patch that changes a lot of the fundamentals. Obviously, throughout the year, we've been developing server meshing. We've done tech previews on server meshing. And so getting to the end of that process, basically exiting the tech preview streams, coming back with the 4.0 content was a major endeavor to synchronize all that, make sure the new content that was produced fit with the technology and that it was working. Even results that we got with the 3.24 release, for example, were completely, obscured by the new content, right? And so at the end of the year, we took a decision to split the two releases, right?
So leave 3.24 up,
correct.
Put 4.0 in a preview.
Correct, because as we were getting closer to the end of the year, right, and time's running out, what we knew from the integrations is that the patch was not quite ready because we needed more concurrency on it to discover more issues, and we were kind of at the maximum of what our PTU concurrency could actually deliver. And so, but we knew it wasn't ready for a live release because, we want to be fair with our assessment of where the patch was at. We knew there was some egregious issues that we have yet to discover. I'll talk a bit later about the fog of war of crashes. And so we decided to go with the lesser of known of the two problems, which was leave 3.24 live for players to enjoy it in a stable release, right? But at the same time, give them access to a 4.0 preview. Now, since we had taken the decisions months ago that the 4.0 patch was going to be a full wipe, that gave us the ability to basically preview the patch, but allowing you guys to keep your persistent progress in the preview as we move up to, at some point, bring 4.0 on the live environment. So overall, I think that was a very difficult decision to do this option for us, but I think it was the best for the project because it allowed us to de-risk a little bit the .0 initial release, which had a lot of issues even during the preview. A lot of the Skeleton Crew teams worked throughout the break to actually document, hotfix some of those issues as well, and help players that got into weird situations, and start the ball rolling for the year with already important fixes to the underlying technology.
So 2 follow-up questions to what you just said. You said that the clock was ticking.
Yeah.
What clock? Did 4.0 have to go out before December? That itself is a decision that was questioned by many people, internally and externally. What is this clock you were talking about?
Well, in this case, it's like our project is different from other game projects in that we need to release the code at some point to be able to move on to bigger projects. And the PTU is a great process for us, but it does have its limits. At some point, we gain nothing from additional PTU builds because things function well at that level of concurrency. And we need way more concurrency to go up. Even when we plan patches, we know at which moments in the PTU will have concurrency, and we try to maximize those. For 4.0, we kind of ran out of gas of attention, and so we needed to get this additional hump over the edge to get the technology out, bigger concurrency, and the ability to fix it in order to then plan for the release.
Like I've been fucking saying for months now.
Then why do PTU builds? Because PTU builds capture some of the early issues. They can scale, but they don't scale to nearly the numbers you need for the live build does. But it does capture a lot of those issues that they can fix because they're still bigger than their internal testing. It's just they need like a week of PTU, 2 weeks of PTU. They don't need fucking 3 months.
So you said things run well. Not everything was running well, but it's what we've said before. It's what I said at the beginning of the show. Sometimes you can't find those underlying problems that are causing it to run less than well until you get that concurrency up.
Right.
So to that end, wouldn't it have made more sense to just take 3.24 down and force everybody into 4.0 like we've done every other December in the past?
Right, that was our typical decision. Typically, was to just go for it. Right. In this case, I think it shows a change of mentality, which is that we're trying to respect our live environment a bit more. And so the decision was taken to just allow players to keep playing 3.24 as
Iris, you might want to take a deep breath because I think this entire stream is going to trigger the shit out of Iris, because I know Iris has some of the worst luck when it comes to Star Citizen, and actively believes that Star Citizen doesn't respect your time. So I get it. So just take a deep breath and understand what they're talking about.
a fallback, or as their primary play environment if they preferred.
Hey, what's up, Dodge?
while you could jump on the preview experiment and then just see, try the new content out, but then always have your stable experience to go back to.
But realistically,
Sure.
and for the next couple hours, you're going to get a lot of questions.
I know, sure.
Who in their right mind was going to log into 324 with 4.0 sitting right there? Like
Yeah,
who drives up to Disneyland
Sure.
and with Disneyland right there goes to California Adventure instead? Did we actually, was anything gained by doing this really?
Yeah, like overall, throughout the break, right, during the 4.0 preview, there was actually a fairly large contingent of players still playing 324. Now, it might have been because of some of the issues at launch, right? So they fall back on the 324 batch, right? Which was a bit the safety net that we wanted to provide. But you're right, of course, we were banking on the fact that people would go on the 4.0 preview to give us that concurrency, but at the same time, we wanted to give them an escape hatch.
Sounds a little bit like we were trying to have our cake and eat it too.
A little bit, but I think previously we would have just gone with the 4.0 live at the end of December, which would have been a major issue, and a lot of players wouldn't have been able to play during the break.
Okay. So we made this decision. What did we gain from it? Over the holidays, over the second half of December and all through January until 401, what did we gain from running these two separate environments?
Well, we've been able to actually do a lot of live comparisons of the two workloads, which was very interesting. In fact, obviously the 4.0 preview workload was bigger than the 324 one, but
taking the whole year off to bug fix is the wrong move, considering all of it will go to shit the first content feature patch they drop. That's a different take. I tend to agree because I think they need to move fast and break things, but they also are in a situation where if they don't present Star Citizen as an improved experience before Squadron 42 comes out, they risk a lot of other factors. I think as long as they take it slow, they'll do better. And it's clear from why Benoit is here and not Chris or Rich that this is a technical issue. Benoit's here to talk about why the back end is entirely fucked and they need to completely redo the back end, not in terms of new technologies. It's the same stuff, but they need to build in safety nets and structures. They need to reinforce what they've already built and expand upon it before they can do anything major. Also, the fact that they're anticipating a year's worth of work tells me that they don't have shit ready at all anyways. Of course they don't. Hey, did you watch CitizenCon? This is the first CitizenCon that I sat there and said, none of this is going to be even in the remote near future. And when CIG said base buildings in the near future, I was like, damn, okay. CIG getting ambitious. But that was it.
We were kind of able to compare both. We did gain the ability to fix early some of the most egregious issues that would have been a real complete disaster otherwise, right? That showed up with the concurrency. I'll talk a bit more about those. Actually, we're going to dive into that quite a bit. And so what we've gained is the ability to provide a test environment that was bigger while allowing players to keep an escape hatch and then compare both builds.
So
no, I don't think we disagree a lot. I think the difference is that you come from the perspective that CIG is already fucking lying when they open their mouth. I come from the perspective that CIG is well-meaning but often incompetent when they open their mouths. Not because they're stupid, but because they're doing something that no one has done before because they're insane. But that's a different story.
So that's the preview versus 324. And I wanted to get that out of the way. But let's go back to just 4.0 itself.
Yep.
4.0 started testing.
Repeating the same thing over and over. This is more a symptom of releasing a new and half-baked thing and then going on break when sane Dave projects release when they can have the whole team ready.
I got what you're saying, Iris. That's why I said take a break. take a deep breath, because they're going to say some stuff that's going to make a lot of people angry.
I think it was in Evocati in October, went to Wave 1 in November. We left it in Tech Preview over December and in January.
You guys and your perspectives. The facts are great, but facts don't give you everything. Facts require perspective because if you can look at a fact many different ways and get many different things out of it, and each of those perspectives can be different. Famously, what is his name? Newton famously did that with light.
That's about 4 months.
Yeah.
That's about 4 months of testing.
Facts with that perspective is just data. Yeah.
Did we fix anything?
Oh yeah.
Because
Fix a lot of things.
here's the thing. I know what the answer is. I'm being a little cheeky with you and everything, but it's hard not to look at the community and look at the sentiment, look at YouTube and Twitch and Spectrum and Reddit and everyone else. And if
Are you messing with us? Oh, no. Luna was saying you guys and your perspectives. Because it was me and Knowledge were talking about that sort of stuff. I don't know what you're talking about messing with us. Luna comes from the perspective that there is no such thing as subjectivity, only objectivity. And that if you're not objective, then you're wrong. Which I get it. She comes from a science background with like it is either a 1 or a 0. It is not a 1.5. That doesn't exist. We need to do these two things. It either works or it doesn't work. There is no shades of gray in this reality. So the people should work off of perfect logic. And I get that as a pharmacist. That's your kind of perspective of things. But yeah. Relatively, the idea of perspective mattering is Einstein, is it not? It is, but I was saying is like famously Newton took, I think it was Newton who took the prism. Everyone thought that the prism was actually dirtying light, and Newton said, I don't think that's the case. I think it is actually light, that rainbows are actually light, that white light is made out of rainbows, and took the perspective of running a prism through another prism. So capturing just one color and then running it through another prism. And if it was dirtying the light, you would split again into different rainbows. But if it was actually the green spectrum of light going through a prism, it would come out as green, and it did. It's all about literally how you looked at the light.
If you took a real cursory first glance, it looked like, what the F were we doing?
The double
for 4
slit
months?
experiment.
Sure.
Yeah.
What the F were we doing for 4 months? Been what?
All right. Well, so September, October, November, December,
Hey,
right?
Space.
So since September, we started the real Avocado in October, correct? And so for these 4 months, the majority of the development was aimed at finishing the features to make sure that they were server meshing compatible. So we still had a server meshing playtest at the beginning of October, right? That was the final one before we actually reintegrated the streams. And so then came some realizations. We were very happy with some of the tests that we've done. We've identified all the issues with our server meshing tests. We knew what we had to do. And then we came back to the main line from the 324 content. And we started running server meshing in Pyro. And major issues started to show up. When we started the PTU at the beginning of October, the first PTU was an absolute disaster. All of the metrics that we had captured in 324, and we were like, yeah, these look good, we're completely off the charts with the 4.0 content. Same technology, same code base, but completely new content. And so we realized that the size of the levels were different. The way the content was created was a bit different, and that had major implications on the streaming and replication systems. And so if some of you guys were part of the first couple of Evocati builds or large PTUs in October, the network performance was absolutely horrendous.
It was dog
because, and I can jump into an anecdote. I do have my notes because we've got a long show to go through, so I'm going to be referring to some of those. But basically, there was a new change in the engine where we tried to optimize some of the way we deal with streaming radius. And streaming radius is a bit of a problem in every game, right? Or it's basically the radius of objects, and you decide what you're going to load based on your viewpoint. Which is a typical issue in games, right, for performance reasons. In Star Citizen, it is a much bigger impact because the streaming radius actually affect what your client is going to load in, what the hybrid, which is the replication server in the middle, needs to replicate, and what the game server is going to also have to provide, right, and simulate. And so there was an issue resulting from one of the engine optimizations where, now I'm going to say the final solution, not how we got there. We had to investigate this for several
Easy there,
days,
Benoit. Phrasing.
to find it. But basically,
Phrasing.
the way we compound and aggregate objects would actually inflate the bounds of things. And so the new locations in Pyro would actually have a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. And so basically what the result was every game client in Pyro was basically binding a very large part of the environment. And that created the work on the hybrid service, which needs to replicate this data, upwards of 15 to 20 megabits per client across. Megabits, yeah, which is, in the case of our messaging, is substantial. And so obviously in those cases, interaction lag, up the wazoo, nothing was functional. And so we lost several amounts of times there, but we learned a couple of lessons, which are going to inform some of the changes we'll be doing this year. But so that was the beginning of the 4.0 journey, right? Mm-hmm. The first build, where we were coming in confident from our tests, first PTU, what's going on, right? And so
it's another thing that couldn't be discovered until scaled up.
Correct. And then, well, in this case, it's a combination of scale and content, right?
With the content scaled up.
Yeah, well, in this case, it's literally scaled up, which caused the streaming problem, right? So that's a quick anecdote. What else we've been doing on starting from there was we've established our player counts for launch, right? So from the testing, we decided to shoot for a 500 player shard with basically a 500 what we call soft cap and 600 player cap, which gives us some flexibility in matchmaking players on and off. That number felt good for several reasons: performance, but also and headroom, but also the kind of the ability for the game itself to support that amount of players. So the amount, I've talked about this before in some of my server meshing reports, but the amount of gateways we have for hangars, how many hangar holes are there around stations, right, for you to be able to get out without a big queue, things like that. With more players right now, the game wouldn't support it properly. So that was we've established those numbers. And then the team set up to finalize the latest elements that we've identified during the test to launch. So I've talked about network bind optimizations before, so that had to be completed. So this was a full, solid month of work to keep optimizing the network bind so that we stopped having these quick stalls. Mm-hmm. That was a very large one. Another piece of this was the teleport API. Now, I know that sounds, what is this magic, right? In a normal game server, teleporting objects is very simple because the server has all the entities in memory and you're like, just move there. Our teleport API needs to support cross-server teleportation of an object, right? So an object that's in Stanton technically can be teleported through the APIs on another another server in the shard. And so the teleport API had to be kind of finished. There are several systems that use this. For example, common example is if you die and we need to respawn your character, we need to move your player from where he died to where he needs to respawn. And that can be completely anywhere, right? So we don't know what game server will have it. And so in this case, the teleport API had to be kind of finished. So that's part of the work that was done in those 4 months for launch. The other one was the territory configuration. So if you followed the development during the last couple of months, we went at some point from the typical small shard of like 2 servers and 400 players. And at some point, we exploded the size of the shards. That's because our new territory configuration came into play. And that's how we were able to experiment and come to the final level of the shards that we have now, which is basically we have 5 servers on each side of the star system. So each star system has its own space server. We call it space server for now. It's just a cool name because they treat the open space and the jump gates. But then after
fucking space, this is not star server.
That, every major planet has its own game server that's dedicated to its zone. And so that really opened the shards up, and we were truly now in full server meshing mode. Obviously, a lot of issues came from that, not from the configuration, but from having more servers would have ripple effects on how the entity in the game would actually behave. So we had to touch that. We also identified something that we were not able to finish for 4.0, which was the culling of instance interiors. So, and I'll talk a lot more about hangars later, but basically, when you hear someone in another hangar, that's network instance culling, right? So we'll talk about that in a bit. Now, one of the big fears that we had for 4.0 was that, of course, it's the debut of server meshing. It's a brand new, deployment for the game. It's a lot of technology change. But, there's always a subtext that performance is going to get better if we go server meshing, right? And the reality is the initial test showed that it did not. Now, not because of our assumptions were incorrect, but because, as always, when you don't completely drive on the performance, it tends to get worse. And so we mobilized everybody, like the entire company, basically, all the engineers, right? Where we started a series of, I called them Joker card initiatives, right? So several teams during the last push received the Joker card.
Is that a Bull Toro reference?
The red tape. So, for example, the network team had the Joker card. They could request anything from any team and get priority. And that allowed them to really move forward on their changes and their fixes. And so we started a bunch of those Joker card initiatives on performance specifically. And so every single day, we would take captures. We would review hundreds and hundreds of captures, identify code parts that needed fixing, and then literally...
So Benoit is heading the engine rerouting, it would seem. He's the CTO. I imagine that's with the job of a CTO.
Without a big process, right? So we've cut the process down. You talked about JIRAs earlier, right? This part of the process, no JIRA, right? And we just called out, here's a performance hotspot. And then directors from the company, our amazing tech teams and our engineers just jump on those things and go, I know what to do, optimize, next patch, right? And we kept grinding like this to really make sure that we could deliver above 15 to 20.
So no Knicks this year? I wouldn't expect it. Now that I have more information, what CIG's plans are, more concrete in what they've said, I would expect nothing this year. hope you like Save Stanton, because you're going to get Save Stanton style stuff from now till the end of the year. New ships, new Save Stanton stuff, new missions, but that's it.
20 FPS per server, at least, right, to get started. And we want to go even further, but
Not gonna lie, Paul, I want these
to
missions to
deliver
work.
something
I get
where
it.
We're no longer dipping under 10 at all, ever, right? And so, for example, the AI team.
He's come up the ranks real quick. Who? Benoit? Benoit was the CEO of Turbulent. Like Benoit was like, he ran his own company before Turbulent was acquired by CIG. That's the reason. I mean, one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of management shakeup is because they're literally merging the management of Turbulent and the management of CIG together. So when you have those mergers, someone always ends up getting the axe because you don't need two vice presidents, you don't need two CTOs, you know. Yeah, I hope you guys weren't looking forward to engineering or medical gameplay or salvage updates or bounty hunter updates, you know, the game. I mean, if you ask the majority of the community, Dirk, I would say that the majority of the community wants the game to function as it is now. Which, you know, I can understand that in impulse. I'm more of a move fast and break shit kind of person when it comes to these things. But we'll see.
Discovered through this process that there was a very large navigation mesh generation that was directly on the main thread that cost us 15 to 20, sometimes milliseconds, which is, the frame budget's 33, right? And so, but the response from the teams were amazing. They rapidly refactored and optimized really key pieces of code to shave on these things. That made a very big difference. Out of these Joker card initiatives, I'm gonna jump into the important ones. Physics is a very big issue for our servers. I've said that before. Not because our physics code is terrible, in fact, it's great. But we demand a lot from it. And we started to look into, well, what's going on here? Why?
Okay, Benoit, this is where I say, put up or shut up. Talk is cheap. You saying that Star Citizen's physics code is great? What? Are we playing the same game? The amount that ships bounce instead of be destroyed, the weird physics that Star Citizen ships handle between space and ground just doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, like I don't think it's awful, but it definitely needs a lot of work. Calling it great is a stretch.
Why is it costing us so much? And so we really profiled on that side quite a bit together as a team. So one of the things to remember here is that our bugs persist, right? If I
think anybody would forget.
They
Bugs persist.
And so, but what I mean by that in this case is, if I spawn an object, if I spawn an object intersecting with this desk, right? In any other game, when the map reloads, these objects are no longer colliding, and we're good, right? In Star Citizen, those things will stay in complete intersection in the database and in the shard and in its persistence forever, right? And the physics code tries to solve this, right? And that's what's costing us performance in big parts, right? And so we started this Joker card initiative that we call the Physics Expensive Event Resolution. And so it's about the physics engine detecting these things, which it already did, but now raising it for resolution, saying,
Isn't the physics engine written by Chris? Wasn't that his baby? Was the physics engine?
I need a solve for this. And so a ship that intersects with a wall or that spawn in a wall, you know, a weapon that falls through the floor and that's stuck in there, right? Debris has been a big one, right? And so we needed a way to solve this. So what the physics expensive event system does is it raises an event for the game.
Using layered
and the game now
clothes,
receives these objects and it says, oh, you know, debris and player ships. Well, I'm going to do something with the debris. I'll either delete it, stow it, transform it, move it, right? And so as we start doing this, it's actually cleaning up all of these intersections across the shard and basically giving us back this performance step by step. And so,
can I just say that CIG has been falling ass backwards into success every year or every other year they've existed? When CIG was having a hard time finding people who knew how to work with CryEngine, Crytek was absolutely imploding. So they built Frankfurt specifically so they can get CryEngine. So now they have people who built the original fucking CryEngine who are working for them. So they have an engine team who's dedicated to building out their own engine who actually know the engine they're working with inside and out. When every other company was firing people and laying people off, CIG was hiring. When in the late 2010s, when COVID hit, CIG was already doing remote work, so they were much quicker able to transition to remote work than anybody else in the industry. They happened upon Turbulent, and Turbulent has been absolutely exploding their productivity. From what I've heard internally is that Turbulent, when they opened up the new Turbulent studio specifically for game dev, it basically lit a firecracker under the entirety of the dev's ass. Like every other studio was getting their ass pummeled by how efficiently and how good Turbulent was working internally, that it made them go, oh fuck, no, we need to get on our ball. We need to get on the game. We need to do this. And then because Turbulent came out with like a major tool within months of them being up. Like it was like 6 months of the studio being up, and they were releasing major tools for the studio. And it had taken years before that for everyone else. So like Turbulent has been the best thing that happened to Star Citizen the last 5 years. Without them stepping it up and like full bore banging their head against the wall that is Star Citizen, we wouldn't be where we are. Yeah.
One of the very large things that was very egregious in this was actually a bug on the ships, where on explosion, some of the components of the ship could stay static in the world throughout the explosion. But, behind the scenes when the ship explodes, we do a whole bunch of things. We replace some meshes with damaged meshes. Some of the elements are physically deformed and move. And we create debris. We literally spawn debris. Now, if those components stay static and we spawn debris, we're creating intersections, debris straight intersection into these components. And so that was a very big part of the problem. We fixed that bug, but we also added a system to basically raise the issues with the debris so that they could be cleaned up automatically. Another one was the AA turrets. So, as you guys play, you destroy these AA turrets at the key locations, right? And there was a problem with the setup of these AA turrets that when they died, in the same way as a ship when it dies and the components detach, right? The AA turret had an issue in its setup where it would go like this, but overlapping each of each other. Basically, every time someone killed an AA turret, we add it to the server load forever. And so obviously, now that's being evicted completely from the system.
Somebody in chat is like, you can destroy the turrets? Sometimes. Sometimes.
So yeah, they might destroy you first, but...
Yeah. I want to jump a little ahead here. Just I don't want to get too far in the weeds. Obviously, all this stuff is super important. I've seen some numbers floating around in some various chats about how many bugs and how many fixes were actually resolved over the course of those 4 months. I asked you to look into the numbers. What were the actual numbers?
So for 4.0, between 3.24.3 and 4.01, the team have fixed 2,900 bugs in total, but that's over 3,300 tasks. So a bug can require a couple tasks to fix. So in general, that's the number of fixes overall.
I'm going to ask a very candid question because 2,900 bugs is a very impressive number. But
it's a number. I don't know if it's impressive.
Did we fix the right ones?
Did you fix the right ones? It's obviously those ones were all. Many of those obviously are important. We have a tremendous coterie of directors, all studios around the world who are prioritizing these things, and I'm sure they get us, a couple frames here, or they solve an issue that's going to affect those 10 people over there, and stuff like this. But there are many of our long-term bugs, the things that have just been an albatross around our neck for a long time. And the second half of this program, we're going to get into those one by one. Right. So I don't want. So without going into each one of those, because we're going to do that in a few minutes here. Why these 2,900 other bugs and not just 2 or 3 of the ones that would change the lives of hundreds of people, thousands of people?
Well, so I don't do prioritization, but what I can tell you is that most of those issues are filed, they're called out, right, and they're raised up, but the complexity of some of them require a specific handling. So, if I've read some stuff over the break where we've hotfixed certain issues, like there was if I remember, a certain exploit that came out for some dupe.
Ostentatious, they've already been doing that though. That's what they've been doing for a long time, is fixing the engine so it works with server meshing. It's just, there's only so much you can prepare for before you have to pull the trigger. And then when you pull the trigger, there's just going to be shit you're going to have to figure out on the fly. in an environment like this.
looping that was, and some people thought it was a beneficial change, even though it was a bug, and and we fixed it. And people are like, well, why did you fix it when you could fix something else, right? It's
Arstat, I think you're both saying the same thing. What Okanji is saying is that the engine itself, creation engine itself, has problems. And what you're saying is those problems exist because they neglected the creation engine for so long. They never went through and fixed the tech debt that built up in that engine to make it work. You're both saying the same thing. It's the engine was fine for what it was designed to do originally, but they've broken it so many times to do stuff it was never designed to do and never fixed the old problems that there are bugs that existed in Morrowind which exist in Starfield.
It's all about capacity to fix. So do we have the right person available for this problem?
Which makes the engine inherently unstable. So I would never suggest somebody look at the creation engine and go, I'm going to make a game on the creation engine, even if you could, because that would be fucking nightmarish.
Problems require the experts. Our manpower is extremely specialized. And for some of the older systems, it's even worse. I call those the sandworm kind of feature, where basically, I've called them out before, but ATC, ASOP terminal, hangars, and transit are four of the systems that are always, I'm just going to do a quick change. Never happens. Never a quick change in those systems, right?
Story time. Since this is going to come out, someone said that they're basically secretly announced the release date of Squadron 42. Let me explain something to you all. This is a story that was told to me by a CIG employee who literally wrote the fucking transportation code. He did so under duress. He was basically told, hey, you're going to write this code. And he goes, I don't like this. And they said, we have nobody else to write this. You're going to write this. And he wanted to be, I think, a level engineer or something like that. And so he was forced to write the fucking transit code. It's the reason he quit CIG. Because it was so bad and it was so awful. And they had to completely explain to Chris multiple times about how what he wanted to do was so stupid, it would fucking not work, that they finally were able to compromise with what we have now. What we have now is a compromise compared to what we were going to get, which was going to be longer, buggier, and more fucked up. And it was just an awful experience. And I'm not surprised nobody wants to touch that fucking hives, that like, you talked about Spaghetti Go. That thing is fucking, that is like, just nuke it from orbit and start over. It's probably cheaper.
And so,
yeah, I want to jump in here.
Yeah.
Uno Mas in Twitch chat is yelling in all capital letters, "You are the experts."
True.
One of the things that if you watch any of our programs over the years, I've been doing this for a decade here now, is that not everybody works on everything.
Sure.
Not everything. Kian is great at this, doesn't know crap about that. Paul is wonderful at this. Would be as lost as I would be tackling this other thing. There are a finite number of experts that are available on any one thing. And like we talked the last time you were here, the folks who made ATC aren't here anymore. So ATC has been one of those features.
That's what I was just saying. They work for splash damage, by the way, which I feel sorry about because I know splash damage is basically closing down. But
you can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Victura just resubscribed for 54 months. I say we take off and nuke the whole code from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Oh yeah. Good evening, Lieutenant.
How you doing, Victor? Thank you for that 4 months. You're a very important pub, a very impressive visitor. Many pedestrian. This is your fault. There's your drink tonight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh. Gin and tonics. It's a gin and tonic. Is what gin is. Gin and tonic is gin and tonic. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom real quickly because I just drank an entire thing. But yeah, no, and this wasn't the guy who worked for CIG. He wasn't subtle about it. He was talking about it on like Twitch chats, stuff like that. His experiences. Great guy. Worked on I think the Transformers games. But he worked for Splash Damage for a while. I think I think he still works for Splash Damage. I am so scared with so many people I know who work in the industry because it's going so sideways so quickly. Yeah, he was very upfront about that. Had a good time. He said he enjoyed working for CIG. It was just that was his time working on the transit system was some of the most frustrating experiences of his life, and I get it. I mean, we all know what fucking elevators do. So, all right, we're back.
Good news, everyone! Genesis! 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 Genesis!
2 words. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Weapons free, y'all. Barcelona! Barcelona! Good news, everyone! Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Stand by for Titanfall.
I love democracy.
Barcelona! Barcelona! Genesis!
2 words. Distress bacon.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Genesis!
I'm turning the fun button off. The fun button's coming off.
That had rotted, and there was always this there's this terrible Sophie's choice, and we have a section about how these choices are made here, where it's like, okay, we can take someone like Kian or someone like Paul or whatever and put them on this, but they're going to be on this for 5 months because they've got to start from scratch, whereas they could fix 15 or 20 other
I propose. It's only a model.
It's only a model. That's a good one.
issues in that same time, and you're like, well. And this constant calculus of, is that one worth the weight of those 20s? And it's not a situation I envy you or anybody else. You said you don't make the prioritization. You're in these conversations along with everybody else. Yes. You mean you don't make them alone? You're not the sole person who gets to decide.
Yes.
And so like this, it's like many things are done in a committee because everybody's got their perspective, everybody's got their priorities, everybody's got their idea of what they think is the most important. Right. I've been in chats where Chris will say this is the most important, and Aaron will say this is the most important, and Jens will say this is the most important. And you're like, well, no, this is the most important. And we have the same conversation that the backers have, just 3 weeks earlier is usually what I say. So now this prioritization and also having the right resources and having that right resource available, because sometimes the right person for that is also the right person for this, and they've been in this for 3 months.
Right.
And to pull them off of this right now would be devastating to that, because then you get tech debt and that begins to rot. And it's like we sit there. There are so many times where I've been in meetings or sit in chats and just ground my teeth, because we all know what needs to happen. We all know that thing needs stuff, but there isn't the resource at the moment to go and do it. And that's at least as frustrating for us as it is for the players. Probably more so for the players, if I'm being completely honest. But
sure. No, but you're right. It's all about having the right people for the right issues
at the right time.
And
in the
historically,
right
if we're being frank, we've been focusing more on the features.
You've been focusing more on the new stuff.
Correct. And I think that what Chris outlined in his letter for the chairman is really the direction we want to go, which is to bring back those experts into helping us fix the things that affect the players day in and day out.
So let's start talking about the letter from the chairman now.
Sure.
So in December, Chris published a letter from the chairman.
Before they go into this, I will say I understand the perspective. and I understand that it comes from a perspective of trying to get the game functional. But I also am concerned that CIG still lacks the fundamental planning that from a public facing view. They may have some internal documents. I don't see those internal documents. So, design docs, white papers, something like that. Something that we could see, that we could then see where the direction they're going. There's a lot of talk, but there's no even documentation on what that direction is. It's sort of vibes based, is from the sounds of things. I think that is where if they wanted some help back, being like, hey, I would like to see, oh, hey, we would like to fix this game. It's like, okay, that is great. We'd love to. Everyone wants a better game, but you're putting off all these other things because you want to put these experts into the fixing the game thing. So the people back this game to play the game that they want to have, not the game that exists right now. And if that's the case, then have a plan as to how is this not going to make it even worse the second you add new features, breaking the game again anyways. So we just extend the problem even further, where you're just constantly in a never-ending loop of breaking the game and coming back. That's what Knowledge was trying to say earlier. So someone's saying they address this later, which I just want to make that sure say. So,
Chairman, that would set the direction for our entire 2025. I did a big thing at the beginning about this, and what I'm going to ask you for your version of this, I want to read specifically a few words that were from that letter. As we jump into the new year, our primary focus across our Star Citizen teams is clear: improving playability. Our drive for playability surrounds three critical areas: performance, stability, and content. No features in there. We understand that the live environment must be far more reliable and consistent, and we are determined to deliver on this. The sentiment many of you have shared, and one we wholeheartedly agree with, is that if the current game, as it stands today, ran smoothly with fewer obstacles and bugs, it would provide an unparalleled experience. Over the years, we've experimented with different approaches to improve quality of life and tackling tech debt. However, the ongoing challenge has been balancing these efforts alongside the introduction of new features and technology. So, in testing new features within the same pipeline as content, it's led to a bunch of intended ripple effects, creating instability, hindering performance, and impacting overall gameplay. In some cases, new features that are not fully mature have delayed the release of content or caused blockers that impact our progress. This has prompted us to reevaluate our approach to feature and content rollout, focusing on steps that we can take to bring the game to a better state while maintaining steady delivery. And that's the end. That's the last I'll read from this stuff. So, sure. I just got done at the top of the show explaining what that means in my words. Right. I want to hear what that means in your words. What are we actually doing to put those words into effect this year? What are we actually changing?
Stage one is we're committing more resources to fixing issues that affect the live environment, but also that are reported by players. And so in a typical setup, we have to take those resources from features, right? So that means that normally if we're on 50 different features, all these engineers are working on new content to build new components or new features, new UIs for these new gameplay elements. And this can go on for a while because there's prototyping, there's iteration, there's merging, QA, and this can take a while to bring it in. And as Chris is pointing out, it creates ripple effects. And so we have to slow down on the features to get those resources to jump into what I call these Katamari issues. Like, we're going to look at a couple later, but issues that require, oh, I need a physics expert. Oh, I need an audio expert. Oh, I need a graphics expert. Oh, I need a gameplay expert. I need a guy who wrote this system. I need a guy who wrote this system. An issue that just keeps growing until it's solved. In order to do that, we need to give a Joker card to those issues. And so that's what we're going to do this year, is to slow down on features. We still need to build features, but we're going to pick the ones we can do while still investing in correcting the problems that we know have been in the game either forever or that are newly and very active. And even if they're super complicated to solve and require a refactor, right? So we'll talk about refactors, I'm sure, in the next list. But it also means...
Someone said Benoit's voice is so calm. He's like that in person. I've met Benoit multiple times. I met Benoit when CIG first started working with him. He actually knew who I was, approached me, and talked to me by name. That was embarrassing. So I know Benoit sometimes watches me, so I'm sorry if I'm harsher on you, Benoit. But no, Benoit is very much this calm in person. Even in a crowd, he is very precise. Tree managed to sit next to him at CitizenCon 29 or 2023 and just get a bunch of stuff talking with him. He is very passionate about what he does. He knows how to talk to people. He is very good at talking to people. It's clear he was a CEO, so he understands how to communicate with the person who doesn't know what the fuck you normally talk about in tech. So, yeah. He's very Canadian. He's very level-headed, I would say, in general. I've met some pissed-off Canadians in my past. He's just very... It's clear he's used to talking to people who both are technically skilled and people who also are technically unskilled, and people who are socially inept and people who are socially savvy. He knows how to walk the line between engineer and average layperson, which is a skill that not many people have.
What I put in my notes, because we kind of prepared a list so that I can just organize my thoughts, but increasing bug fixing quotas for teams. So in general, teams have not necessarily a quota to fit, but they have an allotted time for bug fixing. We're going to try to jump that by a lot so that we can actually jump on more bug fixes that matter. That's the thing that's key, right? Even though we fix 3,000 issues, there are maybe 15 or 20 or 30 issues that are really affecting players day in and day out that are bugs or defects that must be resolved. And so we've put that in a list called the director's list. So every director has a chance to basically flag an issue in their domain and say, I'm going to need a Joker card for this issue, and it needs to be solved, right? And so that list is also going to transform itself into a release criteria. So, typically when we do a PTU, we're going through these waves, right? The process at which we go to the next wave is always a bit, it looks good. We look at metrics, we look at disconnects and stability in general, but we don't necessarily look at quality of the game specifically because we're in development, and so it's always been a bit different for us. But I think that we need to change this process for us to move away from being an alpha game. We need to start moving away from we're constant development. In order to do that, we need to professionalize our criteria for launch, and that means that director's list needs to go down. It needs to get the solves that it needs, and those become criteria to move forward. Now, we're going to have to make decisions because we cannot fix everything out at the same time. Again, it's a question of resources, but the goal is to make a significant dent in that list, even if it keeps going up there.
You said
I about pumped my fist when he said we can't be an alpha game forever. Like, thank you. People think that me and Salty Mike have completely different opinions on things. And I constantly say, we both agree on 98% of everything that CIG does. I didn't back a game to be forever an alpha. I backed the game to play. I want to play it. I'm just fascinated by the development, and I feel like you can get a lot more information out of watching the development than you can playing the game. I'd love to not be in that position anymore, but we'll see.
You said take or increase the number of engineers and programmers. You're not talking about going out and hiring 100 new people.
No.
You're talking about the people who were working on base building, the people who were working on crafting, the people who were working on resource networks like that. He's about taking those.
It's a different method of delivery. I prefer yours. I just being in education, you have to either learn to have a thick skin or patience. And I've learned that there's just a certain point that you pick your battles. And getting mad over what everything CIG says is not fucking worth it. So if I'm getting upset, it's either because I'm having a bad day and something CIG did get under my skin, or it's because I legitimately think CIG is fucking up big. Because I don't try to get upset at all, because getting mad doesn't help you. It'll make you feel better, but in the short term, but in the long run, it doesn't solve the problem.
Seniors, those people with the experience, the one that Uno Mas said, the experts, about taking those experts and pulling them off the new feature development and putting them on the less sexy stuff like, hey, fix an elevator.
That's an example.
It's
right?
Okay. All right. So I want to talk about the three areas that were covered in the letters to the channel. We'll start with stability.
Yeah.
So I know this is going to sound like a simplistic question, and there are probably lots of Star Citizen. I can see them in the chat right now. JJ Land 614 says no one cares about bug fixing.
What?
Is everybody right? Is JJ Land 614 right? Everybody? Sorry, there was no reason for me to do that.
Sure.
Throw the shade, Jared. Throw the shade.
So lots of people who have followed these shows and they know.
No new features. I would not expect any new features from Star Citizen this year. Not because CIG won't release them, but because expecting new features at any point after this conversation is a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for self-disappointment.
No parts of this. I've seen the people in chat. I already know this because I watch everything. This is a show for everybody.
Right.
what does working on stability really?
Not just new ships, new content like new missions, like the Overdrive mission or the Save Stanton or the Fight for Pyro, and things that we already have now. So variations of things we already have now in game, but with better performance, hopefully. You know,
really mean? What is we've had a lot of platitudes here, and platitudes are necessary.
Does no new features contradict what was expressed at CitizenCon this coming year? Yes and no. Chris gave himself a massive out by saying 12 to 18 months, but it definitely did set the expectation of, because nobody heard 18, they heard 12. So, and I think as Jin pointed out in a discussion we were having about the same kind of concept, 18 months from CitizenCon is like just past this year. So, but yeah, it definitely sets because perception is reality. It doesn't matter if it's technically what was said. One of my favorite, or my I guess favorite thing to hate is when someone quotes Futurama incorrectly. When people go, "You're correct. You're technically correct. The best kind of correct." That's not supposed to be something you're good about. That's supposed to be something you say, that's supposed to be bureaucratic, which is supposed to be garbage. You're supposed to hate that technically correct thing. The joke is that it's supposed to be bad. You're not supposed to look up to it. There's some actual like symptom. I forget the name of it. There's an actual like name for when somebody does something that was parodying, that was a parody so much that it becomes not parody. Where like, I've seen this a lot, where like someone will be making fun of a specific person online, like using a trope or a stereotype to create a character to make fun of a certain type of person, and then those type of people love that character because they identify with that character, and then that person is stuck doing a parody of people they don't like because those people pay them money, you know. It's like people playing "I'll be watching you at their weddings." Yeah. It's technically correct doesn't mean shit. It's all about perception. Do people perceive it? And yeah, no matter what CIG says, people are going to perceive what they said at CitizenCon as promises, and that's what's going to be happening. Yeah.
Necessary. They're helpful to explain things, but translate this into real world shit for me.
Right.
I use my one swear. What does working on stability actually translate into as far as action goes?
Well, it translates into aggressively monitoring what we call internally stability. Covers like some of the very simple metrics, like do servers crash, right? Or do hybrids crash?
Vulkan for more performance. We know that they've been working on Vulkan, and they said in the November-December monthly report, I don't know if I haven't read the January monthly report extensively, that they plan on having full Vulkan rollout in the next major patch. The question is, when's that next major patch? We could have a situation where we have 4.0.10 or 4.0.9 in December. No 4.1, no 4.2. We may not even have that until 2026. We don't know how that's gonna roll out because they're not really doing major patches anymore. They're doing micro patches, once a month micro patches. So does no new feature? So when they no new features, does that include ones that we dropped off, i.e., engineering, base building, etc.? No idea. That's the problem. We don't, and that's the reason why Jin was saying they need to fucking clarify these things, because when they say they're not focusing on features, what they mean is where we might get features done, but saying that is going to cause more confusion than it is clarity. It'll be a lot easier just to say don't expect any new features and be happy when they come out. That's the problem. They're not setting good expectations.
Do clients crash? And together, do these cause client disconnects, right? And so all these metrics go into what we call basically stability, but it goes further than that. Those are just basically
I'm mad confuzzled. Just say no new features. No new features are coming out. Don't expect any new features. Only what we have now, but better. I guess you could technically think that of Vulkan as we already have Vulkan now, so I guess that could be as part of it, but that may also be too much. Just what we have right now with more ships and new missions. That's it. if you come with any other expectations at this point, you're setting yourself up for disappointment.
There's like the big level indicators. What stability is like things like bare bone things, like are you able to successfully connect to the game?
Can you log in?
Correct. Can you do successful interactions? Like, can you go to your ship and press F to join your cockpit and then not it take 35 seconds? Is it consistent and reliable? Meaning, like, is it like this all the time, or is it there only sometimes, right? So stability is about consistent and reliable experience interactions. It's also, when we work on stability, we're talking about improving the observability. So teams that, when you guys are playing the game, you have a very immersive experience, and issues that affect you during your gameplay are part of your bubble, right? We need to be able to see those issues from the outside. So from the server side, from the cloud environment side. And so improving observability gives us that, because there are many systems in the game that have not been instrumented to be observed, right? And so sometimes, you know, some older systems, I'm not gonna name ATC, you know, are gonna have like some hiccups that we can't even see, but players report to us and then we have to investigate, but we need more observability. So that's working on stability as part of that. Changing systems that typically are problematic into self-healing systems so that they can just repair themselves. So when they get into a case that we know, we just modify the system to make sure it tends towards a state that's functional. And the observability comes into play to make sure that it does function. Working on stability also means establishing budgets. So budgets for errors, budgets for performance. And so that affects everybody in the company. But if we talk purely on stability, it's all about, is the content that we've produced here or the feature we've produced here using too much resources, whether it's CPU, GPU, server calls, bandwidth, storage, networking. So reinforcing those budgets, going about finding the offenders, right, that go above these budgets and chasing them down, solving them. So that's stability work. Reducing error rates, obviously, that's part of it, that's the resulting. And the challenge with working stability is that, especially in light of server crashes, is that it's a fog of war. So you can launch a game and you're like a version of the game and there's one crash that's going around. We can identify dedupe crashes, right? So we know what they are. So we're looking into one and then we're like, oh, if we fix this one, it's going to be very stable, right? But then when you fix that one, that allows the program to continue. And then more bugs show up, more crashes show up. So it's a fog of war. It needs a constant care and attention. One thing we've done this year to help that is that we have a much more robust hotfix process that, frankly, we use a bit too much, but it does give us the ability to get some fixes out when we see big problems right away, but it's to contribute to that fog of war. So that's what working on stability for me is. It's all of these issues together.
Do the same thing for performance.
Sure. Performance is, it's a larger one. And so performance touches on both the client, the hybrid, and the server. The hybrid is the replicant that takes care of the networking. And so performance is about, obviously, frame rate to begin with on the client and on the server. We talked earlier about server optimizations. It's about loading times. So making sure that the load times are acceptable in all kinds of areas. Like, I'm not just talking about the loading screen. I'm talking about loading in assets, streaming in an area, fully initializing a full location, right? That's the load times I'm talking about. Memory utilization. So making sure that we use efficient memory, that we don't go above our memory budgets. Same thing here, the keyword is budgeting. So we need to have way stricter budget. We need to work on that area. And then finally, resource utilization of your machine in general, but also network connections. So latency and bandwidth, connectivity and stability of the connection in general that need to be improved. So that's what working on performance is. So stability is one area, performance is another one.
All right, so who works on these things? Because this isn't, so we're talking about this major change here. We're taking people off of features and putting them on, new features and putting them on existing features, existing work. This isn't something that vehicle artists do. They get to keep doing their thing for the most part. This isn't something that somebody who makes a distribution center for the environment team does. This isn't something that somebody who makes a really unfortunate heart-shaped bed for the subscriber program does.
It was performant.
Who's the person who's actually who are the people that are actually doing this work? Who's changing to do this stuff?
So it's again engineering, right? That has a large focus on stability and performance, but it's also, we have a team, an online team that
keep designing those ships. I kind of have to always say this: you do not want John Crew designing anything other than ships. I have no doubt that there are many members of the engine of the ship team who have multiple specialties and other things. I wouldn't trust them with Star Citizen right now. Let them do what they signed on to do. Let them build pretty ships, because that's it's just the CIG is not a speedboat. It is a fucking oil tanker. You try to turn CIG, it's gonna take them 9 months to get anywhere. This process they're talking about right now started at the end of last year. It probably won't even be fully fucking implemented until the summer, because it just takes them so fucking long to get anything done, because they're a 1,000-person team.
Takes care of what we call site reliability. So these guys are definitely
the ones stuck in the canal. Yeah, pretty much.
Metrics. And these guys will call out issues that we need to solve, right? And then they will loop in engineers. And so that's the core of the people working on this.
Does it mean we won't get a Starlancer Apollo at all anymore? We're not going to get the Starlancer unless Space Building's coming out. And Apollo, it depends on if they decide that the hoverbed feature is required for the Apollo. Because if the Apollo is just, it's a ship that does medical bay, no, they could put that in there. But yeah.
But I kind of want to push back on what you just said about like, oh, the guys on the ship team don't have to do performance, right? Which I think that sometimes the way things are made in the game have a very big impact on performance, right? I can give examples, but like areas of levels.
One from this is Becky. Yeah, Becky on Blast Stream. You're very important powers, very impressive. This is very pedestrians. This is your fault. You're trying to good night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Welcome.
You can take away my space.
We are.
You can take away my space suit.
We're watching a 3-hour CIG live stream.
Take away my space lasers.
At 1.2 times 3, 2.5 speed though.
Ever take away my space game.
Damn it. It's very informative.
Rostason just resubscribed for 11 months. You will be up late tonight watching this one.
Oh, I know I will be. Thank you for that 11 months of support. I also have to do a monthly report read, so I'm going to go get something here in a bit. You're very important powers, very impressive business, very pedestrians. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The summary for those who just showed up, the very quick summary is that CIG is effectively, they aren't discounting the idea that they aren't going to release features, but they're setting the expectations currently that there will be no new features for Star Citizen in 2025. All of the ships are going to be focused on what currently is in game, not on any new features. And the main focus is going to be on new missions, ships, and stability, fixing the problems that the game has right now. And not like tech debt, but more like taking the systems that are in the game now and making them function or improving them or reworking them entirely. It's going to be an interesting year. People seem to be worried that without a load of new features, we won't have much content. But if they develop missions well, I think it could be better. I think the better way of looking at it is, do missions suck right now? Could they be better? Then would you rather them focus on making sure the missions that exist right now work, or them creating a brand new mission system and ignoring the missions that are currently in game? Does mining suck right now? Could it be better? Yeah, probably. So would you rather them focus on, building out bounty hunting or focusing on making mining more improved? That seems to be the more goal of things, not necessarily to fix bugs and performance, but just fix the current game they have now to a standard they want. Most people are excited about new systems, but I do think that if CIG managed to make Star Citizen more stable, they probably are going to get more engagement. The mantra that I've been saying for several months is that CIG's funding is not linked to ship sales. or even new content. It's just released. It's just linked to releases. People play Star Citizen when they have new patches. So when a new patch comes out, people come to play it. So the more patches you have, the more funding you're going to get. And if those patches are better and better in terms of performance, more people will be encouraged to stick around. I think that's the mentality that CIG is going through, but we'll see. Warning, spoiler, they're going to fix the mission system. They're already in the process. They've been trying to do that for a while.
Right, instead of using like a bare minimum, or there's techniques to use where group merging certain objects need to help reduce the actual effective size of things. So the teams on content are also kind of on the hook for performance, less so on stability, but they're on the hook for performance. And so they're not totally free, but they are less in the line of fire, because typically an engineer is needed to identify a problem first, and then it might reach a content team, depending on what the issue is.
Okay. What's the difference between...
We just had the best fundraising January ever. Yes, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that 4.0 is finally reaching saturation point where people are actually playing the game. Because a lot of people stepped away from 4.0 because they knew it was going to be garbage fire. And 4.0.1 is better, but not by much. Not as much as I hoped it was, and I don't think not as much as CIG hoped. But
an engineer and a programmer?
It's basically the same thing almost.
Why do we use both terms?
I don't know. I think it's when you use programmer when you talk about a coder, and you talk about an engineer when he's got an architectural approach to it, I guess. But they're very similar in my mind.
Sounds like full of shit.
Yeah, a little bit. But
you're not going to count that one.
Where's the jar?
You need a drink. You're talking quite a lot.
Yeah.
All right. So let's put things into motion now.
Yeah.
It's 2025. We've got our mandate. We've got a directive set for us by Chris Roberts. We touched a little bit about prioritization and delegating responsibility. So I want to talk about this. It's no secret that anybody who's watched my stuff for years knows that I like to have the conversation that no other game company would ever dream of having. And there's nobody from another game company that would sit here for 2 hours and answer these kinds of questions. So thank you.
3
I want
hours.
to talk about delegating responsibility.
Before he does that, did you want to address something that someone said? I'd like them to put resources into OG announced ships that have yet to be announced and rework everything to gold standard before designing anything new. The problem about that is that they don't have the gold standard done. The flight model isn't finished. The resource system was just added. Engineering is, we don't even know if engineering is going to be in the game yet. So there's no point in redoing stuff when functionality of those ships isn't even in the game yet. The full functionality isn't. So there is going to be a part where like there's just no point. Like there's no point in redoing the interior of the Connie until you have like how everything is supposed to work in the entire the Connie and Maelstrom. Yeah, the damage systems. So that's one of the reasons why I'm more of a move fast and break shit kind of guy, because in terms of my perspective on things, because I'd rather have everything out and be absolute dog shit and it be out than to have it be like functioning and then having to release something else and breaking it. But yeah. 13 years and still no final flight model. The flight model for Elite Dangerous has changed at least twice from my experience. And I know I'm saying that, and Luna's going to be like, no, it hasn't. It has changed. It's not perfect and does change. And I mean, fucking, how long has X4 been out? And they're going with a brand new flight model as well. Flight models changing isn't unusual. Think WoW completely changed its gameplay model. It's still the same idea, but a lot of the features around WoW changed in the past. MMOs changed like that a lot, and especially in development games, they changed a lot. Fucking Halo was a goddamn RTS when it was first introduced. So like these sorts of complete changeovers of how games play aren't unusual. In Horizon Zero Dawn had guns. I'm not even joking. Some of the earlier versions of Horizon Zero Dawn, they just used guns for testing. It's just you usually don't see that because it's usually done behind the closed doors, not in front of everybody.
Let me think about how I want to put this. Obviously, we have a lot of talented...
Yeah, they're not counting. They even said that Benoit said refactors in here. He said, we're going to get to refactors, so.
Engineers and programmers across all of our studios. But some are juniors and some are seniors who have all their own specialties and aptitudes. how do we decide who works on what? Because when I look at, if I were sitting on the outside, and I used to.
Sure.
If I were sitting on the outside, I would look at some of the decisions that have been made over the last couple of years. Elevators have been a plague forever. A transit system has had a refactor or two in the past, and whatnot. Those were all before server meshing, which will now require another one. If I were sitting on the outside, I would look at this and wonder, what the hell are they thinking from time to time?
Sure.
Why? So I would like you to talk about how this process is done. I know you said that you're not the one solely responsible, but you can speak to this process and how this responsibility is delegated, not just to what bugs get worked on, but who works on this stuff. Talk to me for a bit about that.
Well, so it's an interesting problem, right? Because fundamentally,
Tommy, I should say Tommy. Tommy, I get what you're saying, and I agree. The CIG lacks some fundamental things that they should have put in place a long time ago, because I personally think that CIG is in love with change, which is a problem. I'll give you an example. I use this a lot. Do you know the difference, if you're a MechWarrior player, do you know the difference between a light, medium, heavy, and assault? You know the differences between them because they're all in weight values. So you know if something is over 25 tons, or is it 25 or 30 tons? It's somewhere between 25 and 30 tons, is the bridge between light and a medium. And it's like, I think a 65 and up is heavy, and 100 or 80 or 90 and up is assault. But there's a value for, when a mech becomes a different type. And there are different subtypes inside of each sort of type of mechs, but they're consistent. You know what they're supposed to do based off of their design. There is no such thing in Star Citizen. And that has been a point of contention for me for years. That they don't, like, the differences between a medium fighter, a light fighter, and a heavy fighter means fucking nothing. And that's probably more like it. And because there isn't any constraints, they consistently change because they are in love with coming up with a new idea, as Jared says. And I think that's a negative approach to game development, because restraints breed creativity. And so they need to have some sort of restraint on what they want to do, and then stick to that and work on that, because that sets better expectations for player bases in terms of what each ship is supposed to do. 20 to 35, 40, 45, or 20 to 40, yeah. Did you just say CIG's love with jeans? Yeah, that's tracks. Yeah. No, Squadron 42's flight model will never track with Star Citizen's flight model. They're not going to be the same. Because even Star Citizen's flight model is going to be tweaked and adjusted even even beyond the release of Squadron 42. So they're not going to be the same. They're going to be similar, but not the same.
all these talented programmers and engineers.
Constraints. Sorry, you get what I'm talking about. You know what I mean, Jin. Constraints breed. Did I say restraints? Whatever, same idea. Restraints do breed creativity, if you know what I mean.
Are human beings, right, behind it, and so they
even Paul.
I mean, he does.
Will it be small? Will it be the same model in Squadron 42, or small tweaks in Star Citizen? I think they're based off the same base, but they're gonna change because Squadron 42 doesn't have 150 ships to balance. You as far as we know, you fly the Gladius. That's it. You fly the Javelin at least once, but like you fly a handful of ships against NPCs, and that's going to be a different environment and different experience than someone playing in a multiplayer game.
Does have a beast mode, but he is still a human, and I think that one of the challenges that the teams face regarding this, not necessarily prioritization, let's talk assignment first, right? Okay. Is there's a certain level of ownership, right? If I wrote a system, then I own it, right, in a way. And then further iterations or bug fixes on this thing, I will be the best qualified to do it because I know the code. Anybody else that needs to go in this code is going to have a little ramp up, right? And sometimes we can't pay that ramp up, especially at the pace at which, I keep saying that in our projects it's different. Typically, we don't release a game before it's in a better state.
Most games don't run a live game environment in the middle of their development.
Exactly, and that, I call it the cost of shipping, is what hurts us the most, because now any priority issue for the live patch needs to become absolute, right? But so back to assignment, right? So
they should try to remain consistency through it. They should, but I don't think they're going to be slaves to it. Because as many people have pointed out for many years, what makes a good single player game doesn't make a good multiplayer game. And when you try to shove a square peg in a round hole, you end up with people being mad. If you try to make the single player game like the multiplayer game, people are going to get mad because it won't play well as a single player experience. And if you try to make a multiplayer game using single player mechanics, it's going to have the same problem. Eventually, they're going to have to diverge simply because multiplayer experiences are fundamentally different from single player experiences. That's why most multiplayer games are very different from their single player equivalents, even if they're in the same game, because they just don't work the same. They're built off the same code, the same engine, the same structure, but the experience isn't going to be one-to-one.
One programmer writes a system, he owns it, right? So we're going to try to go back to this person when there's bug fixes or items to go to.
They're going to have the least on-ramp time.
Yeah, exactly. But now sometimes it can happen that that's a junior developer. It can happen that's a senior developer. It really depends, right? Some systems also end up with no owner when there's churn and people leave.
The flight model for Squadron 2 must be close to be finalized, right? I assume.
And there's replacements or people move on. There's a lot of internal movement at CIG where people want to change their specialty, and so you want to keep that distribution fair for the people in there. Like you don't want to assign someone on pure bug fixes for 5 years because they're not going to stay with the company, right? You need to balance this out.
They haven't
in terms of how you assign the work. Now again, I'm not talking prioritization, but assignment, right? Typically, we're going to try to pair juniors with seniors to encourage growth so that these juniors can become seniors and then we can depend even more on them, right? And so that's another constraint that sometimes you need to spend time from a senior on a specific issue to help a junior on another issue.
Sometimes you'll have two people on an issue, not because they can make the baby twice as fast, but because that's how you train that junior to become senior. And that's one less person that could be working on something else.
That's right.
Because this is part of their training, this is their growth, okay?
Correct. There's also, so we talked junior, seniors, right? We make it simple, but there's also leadership, right? So lead developers, like, I don't know if most people know this, but the lead developer is not necessarily the best developer of the team.
Wow. Name names.
No. But the lead's responsibility is management, right? It's making sure that the issues move and that our plan of action is sound, that it's vetted, that it's code reviews, make sure the quality is there, but also just orchestrating the team, right? So typically a lead should spend roughly 40% of his time doing management on the team, right? So leadership is also a key element in that. Even if you pair people and you have a million things going together, what is the drumbeat is the leadership, right? And so you need to have all those combinations to be able to have a healthy engineer team. And so you want to avoid overburdening as well. So sometimes you have some developers that come into the company and they're really good, right? But they're juniors, right? So they're learning fast, they have a lot of energy, they're going for it. And so path of least resistance, we're going to go like, oh, well, look, can you look at this? Can you look at this? Can you look at this? And at some point, that person's overburdened. And we have to release our patches, so time constraints come in. And so code quality goes down, right? And that's an issue we have to battle every single day.
Now, we had to release our patches with those features in the old system. You're referring back to how we did it before. Yeah. In this new system, in this new way, it's a patch every month, but it's what is ready to go into those patches. We've said some version of this before.
Sure.
And let's just be super honest. We haven't been super good at sticking to the philosophy. It was.
That's an underfucking statement. Holy fuck, that is an understatement. Understatement of the century, Jared. Y'all have been awful at this.
It was after 3. I think it was after 3.0. It was after a really long wait for 3.0, where some of us had to grow a really stupid beard.
Yes.
That it was okay. We're no longer going to wait for features anymore. We're going to do this quarterly patch, and then if a feature isn't ready, we're not going to wait for it. It gets pulled out. We weren't so good.
The famous
at
go-no-go process.
Yeah, we weren't really good at that.
Which we internally call the go-go-go process.
Yes.
Yeah. Go Fever.
I'm very happy to hear you admit that. The go-no-go process was a bit of a joke. It was the go-go-go process. And it's because there was this mentality here where we thought that we were a feature-driven project. Every patch people expect X number of features to be in there. We have to make these targets in order to keep people engaged and stuff. And it was just this Ouroboros of shit. Oh God, that's 3. Where we were constantly chasing our tail and not getting where we needed to go. Now, that's not to throw the past aside. No. We're super proud of what we've accomplished here. But there's a point where doing the same thing year after year,
the same way.
The same way. And we always make changes here and there, and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. So this year, and this whole thing that we're talking about today, and we'll talk more about it on ISE next week, is it's time to try something different. Now, this is incredibly scary for us. I'm gonna go on the record and say we have been a feature-driven project since the PE was first introduced in 2015. We doubled down on that after 3.0 at the end of 2017. To stop that and to turn all of our focus internally, to turn it all inward, and to say to this incredibly talented a programmer, you don't get to work on the super sexy hot new feature, you have to work on elevators now. That is going to create problems for us keeping people engaged, keeping people interested and stuff like this. That's when patches come out, and when we get to April or May or whatever, and people are like, where's my new feature? We haven't had a new feature in so many months. That's going to create problems for us on the marketing side and stuff like this. This endeavor is going to create struggles for us in how we position the game, and how we market the game, and how we attract players to come in and play. But we've tried the other thing for so long, and it's collectively what I'm seeing from everybody, from Chris to Aaron to Rich Tyler to everybody down the line, is something I've never seen in 10 years. Here is this.
They're saying elevators is going to take months. Yes. I'm going to hit y'all with a very hard truth that I've been trying to tell people for a long time, and hopefully it's been getting through, but many of you are new. Hi, I'm Paul. I've been following this project for a very long time. Never expect anything to happen fast. With Star Citizen, with life, but with game development specifically, the one thing I've learned by following this project, and conversely looking back at other projects and the history of how they're developed and who's developing them and the histories of those things, game development is not a fast process. It is a slow, laborious, cumbersome, mind-shatteringly boring, extensively complicated process that gets paid. You get paid like shit. You get worked to death. And if you're lucky, you let your art shine. Be the patient thing is getting real precious. That's fine. Like, that's the problem, is that this is how you create a very buggy game after this many months, many years of development. It's good to hear them admit past mistakes and try something new. I agree, and I think we should definitely embrace that. And that's one of the things why whenever I hear somebody bring up like the absolutely horrible thing that they did in 2016, where they had that roadmap that everyone makes fun of them for, I'm like, that's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. Like, the 2016 CIG is nothing like what CIG was like in 2018. 2018 is nothing like what CIG was in 2020. 2020 is nothing like what CIG is in 2022. And what CIG is now is nothing like CIG was in 2022. Things change over time and evolve and improve. And in some ways, they are better. CIG is much better communicating than they have been before. The game is in a much better place than it has been in a long time, despite problems that it has. But the fact that CIG is going, we need to change this process because it's not fundamentally getting us to where we're going, it's a good thing. It's a good way of saying, we are not in a good position where we are. We do not like where we are. We want to be in a better position. So we need to try something new. And I know that's scary, but you don't innovate by doing the same thing over and over again. And CIG has been harping on wanting to be innovators. Then be fucking innovators. Take risks. We just need to hold them more accountable. How do you say we hold them more accountable, Tommy? I've heard that language many times before from this community. How do we hold them more accountable? And if your answer is don't buy stuff, not going to happen. That's not how this game works. It's not how gamers work. But how, Knowledge? How? Because publicly shaming does work. As somebody who's publicly shamed CIG multiple times and had it work, because it definitely got the attention of the community enough that it got them to change things. But how do you prioritize that? And how do you determine what is important to be publicly shamed? Because anyone can publicly shame anyone to doing something, and it's not a good idea. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, MK, there's no such thing as a bugless game. If you can show me an example of a bugless game, you could be enshrined in fucking myth. Bugs exist in every game. What you want is a less buggy game. Tetris has bugs. It has death screens where like it won't pass by a certain thing. It'll reset after a certain number of levels. You can't infinitely play it. You're splitting hairs. I'm not splitting hairs. What I'm saying is saying you want a bugless game is not the right terminology, because you look like a fool to anybody who's ever like developed games. Saying you want a better experience, that's a different. But yeah. Playable game is probably a better one, or a more enjoyable experience playing the game. That's understandable. Fun game is subjective as that is. Public shame someone to get a develop an awesome game, get the fuck out. That's another issue, is that you're not going to publicly shame Chris Roberts to get rid of the Death of a Spaceman. You're not going to get publicly shame Chris Roberts to end Squadron 42's development. Like, there are also some things you just can't do. I find the idea that, like, CIG can be bullied into doing things fundamentally different, that doesn't function. That doesn't fly. Because all that's going to do is ending up making the developers more salty about the community. No, not as far as I know. We have no idea what game director emeritus is. And anybody trying to make hay out of it is just trying to sell a narrative. Going after the leadership doesn't work either, because you just create spite. This is what I'm saying. You can't shame CIG into fixing something. You raise a stink and maybe fix whatever because they think it should be fixed. We have no actual power, and our only real power is money. And that won't happen. Yeah. Because people don't turn off the tap. The only way that we can hold CIG accountable is by playing the game or not playing the game. The thing that CIG needs is engagement. If CIG is not getting engagement, then they're not developing the game. All of you are here right now. Me streaming the game is engagement. Me streaming a video about them talking about the game is engagement. The fact that you care enough about this game that you're engaging it means your engagement. So that's the thing. I don't think you can fundamentally change that and hold CIG accountable. Now we're going back to this. We're going to watch this.
Everybody's hit a point where we've finally reached a consensus that we've done it this way enough. We have to try this now, and we have to make this experience better. Famously, we were watching a big streamer jumped into the game on Friday, had like 17,000 viewers, and 17,000 viewers were just watching him fall into an elevator over there, and it was just like we had already made this decision. Like this decision has been in place since December, but we were all just watching, going, "Man, this can't come fast enough." So this is scary, but it has to be done. I want to ask you another question about this assignment and the priority stuff. I just touched on it. Say you have something unsexy but super critical.
Right.
And the fix is a long and tedious process, rewriting the transit system. And it's going to tie someone up for the next 2 or 3 months while they work. Maybe it's longer. Is this something you put on a senior because it's super critical, and then you end up tying that person up for an entire quarter of the year? Or is it something that you stick a junior on because you need that senior doing 3 other things instead? Is this not the ultimate developer Sophie's choice? And is this not what we've struggled with for a decade, at least the time I've been here? How are we fixing this now?
Well, so previously the answer would have been junior with some support, right? That's what we would have done before. It would have been, no, we can't compromise the feature. This work is important. It's going to be transformational for the PU. This fix or this rewrite, we're going to give a support network around someone that's in the team that's not necessarily one of our superstars, and I mean, I want a team where everybody can grow into a superstar, but sometimes, you have to be in the middle, right? And so the previous setup would have been something like this, right? Where we would give a support network, but the person in charge would have been, not necessarily like the leads and the people that really push the needle, because those would be on transformational features for the PU. The answer this year will be, no, we're using our transformational players to come and solve these problems for us, because they have to be solved, right? Like we keep talking about transit. It's not, transit has touched 1 million people at CIG, and we've tried to, keep it running for a while, but now it's time to put, a real effort behind it, right? Which is to basically take resources from the transformational elements and go and fix the foundation.
So we've now called ourselves out on our own BS, and we're now putting everybody where they need to be.
I will say this is good. This is something that CIG has been, I've been advocating for CIG to be doing for a long time, because more people are willing to accept that you fuck up. When you say, I fucked up, this is where I made a mistake, we're going to learn and we're going to improve by doing this. More people will be like, hey, good, solid, wonderful, let's get to it. And as long as you're improving, to err is to human, as long as you're improving. This is something that needed to talk about in 2020, not 2025, but they're doing it now, which is good.
How do you decide whether that old feature is fixable or whether it's so far gone that it needs a refactor?
Sure. Well, so that's a good question, right? Because sometimes the worst cases like this is when a system or an issue is like almost fixed, right? Where like a developer comes in and is like, oh, I have a fix for this, right? But what we need to do now is also look at these features to answer that question, which is the way the feature or the system was constructed compatible with what the PU is going to be, or what the technology behind the PU will be, which is a combination of the streaming technology that we've built before that has been a very complicated and complex system, even on its own, without server meshing, and then the systems under streaming and server meshing together. And so there are systems in the game that are not adapted to that approach, right? And so when we look at one of the key problems that we see in the game, we're going to look at the underlying system, and if we need to rewrite, it'll be because, like it needs to be rewritten to take advantage of streaming and server meshing properly, right? Versus trying to patch and kind of cobble it together, right, to make it work. So that's how we make the decision, is really we're going to have to look deep in all these things to decide which ones need. We've already done some of it, like we're calling out some stuff already.
Yeah, I literally saw a meeting earlier today where you're literally presenting every single engineer in the company, and it's like, okay, it's like, and it was a collective effort. It was okay, so it's where do we put this person? Where do we put this person? I've never seen in the time that I've been here such a granular kind of overarching. Okay, no, we need to reevaluate everything. All prior assumptions are done. Let's look at the entire field of players we have and decide who's supposed to go where best. And stop everything, fresh start. That leads me to my next question here. So we're a company of near or over 1,000 people. I can't keep track across the studios in the world.
It's over 1,000.
But there's still a limited number of these engineers and programmers in the company. Delegating them between these tasks is hard enough.
Yeah.
But you've also got this thing called Squadron 42.
That's right.
Over here. And in October, we flashed up a big 2026 on that.
Yeah.
I was there when I saw the 2016 way back when, and Chad Zamzow spoke for all of us. We're like, what? Anyway. So we stayed away from pointing out a year for so long because we grossly underestimated in last time. But now we've done this. So you've got this
goalpost.
Goalpost. I was going to say hangman's noose, but goalpost is much more positive sitting here.
Yeah.
That's got to get done too.
Yep.
So what is this split like? Is this just an even 50-50 split? This many of them are on Star Citizen, this many of them are on Squadron 42? Is it 60-40? Is it hard? Is it flexible? Are there Joker cards that bounce between the projects? Does Chris have a veto every 3 months where he gets to rearrange the people? How does this split work?
So that's an interesting question because it is, we are making 2 games. There's some good news, right? Because a lot of the gameplay systems that power the actor, and that power the core of the game are the same between the 2 games. And so improvements on one end result in improvements on the other one, plus or minus the online versions of these features, right? Let's say we take one team, right, which is the most important in this one, like the gameplay teams, right? That's where we have to be more fine-grained, right? There's this thing that we have to be careful about, which is context switching, right? Obviously, building a single-player cinematic game and building a multiplayer MMO-like game are similar, but the context switching between the 2 projects costs time, right? So you want to find a scheme where you have the resources on what you're trying to achieve at each milestone. Like Squadron 42 has its internal milestone and its cadence that it needs to respect this year, which is extremely aggressive in order to get a game completely complete by the end of the year and ready for 26 release. And so there are resources that are more suited to the type of things that Squadron 42 kind of needs right now in its polish phase and its finalization phase for all the levels and all the
Benoit. Did he just say what I think he did? He's implying that Squadron 42 is releasing, obviously soon in 2026, but he's saying it's going to be complete. Gold standard. It's going to go gold at the end of the year. That's their goal. Okay. No, setting expectations already.
Chapters. And so obviously these people will be favored to work on Squadron 42. So there's a series of people that are on there. I don't have an exact percentage, but it's not 50-50 because there are also things that are built on the PU that are beneficial on that side. And so the thing that if Jens was here with me, he would say the thing we need is flex, right? And so flex is when we need reinforcements, we can get them, right? And so we have a model now where there are a series of engineers that will work, dedicated to Squadron, but we can flex on both sides depending, right, on the milestones. And the 2 projects have now a cadence that's adjacent. And so we kind of know at every milestone what Star Citizen needs and what Squadron needs, and so we can flex accordingly. And these features are kind of a lot of those features are similar in both ends, and some of the bug fixes that we need on SC are also needed, right, on both sides, especially actor-related bugs. And so,
well, it depends, Citizen Ninja. It could mean that they're finished and going into beta at the end of this year. It could also mean that they're finished and going gold by the end of this year. If it's going gold by the end of this year, it really depends on when they start up the marketing process, but I imagine they're going to start up the marketing process before they go gold, because you usually want 9 months, not 6. 6 is way too fucking short for an activation, especially if Squadron 42 size. You want at least 9 months to 12 months. So I imagine, well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see when the marketing kicks in.
It's a tricky balance, right?
I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense. And I was in that meeting where Chris and Jens were talking about the need for flex and stuff, and I agree. It's my first show in 2 months. Maybe it'll be my last one. There's a phrase that comes to my head when I'm listening to you. Says it's this jack of all trades and master of none thing. Now, that's not precisely analogous to this, but if people are bouncing, how does any one thing get done? That's the first question I have there. And I know there's no easy answer to this, but you agreed to come on the show and you agreed to take the uneasy question. So I'm taking advantage of our decade-long relationship and putting you on the spot here. Yes, it's absolutely important if this thing in Squadron has to be done because it will unblock 50 other people. So yeah, okay, we'll take those 2 people from Star Citizen for 2 weeks and get it done. And that's a worthwhile use of flex. Sure. And I understand why that exists and why that's important. But how do you keep that from becoming just this, and we just left with this two amorphous blobs that never get finished?
Sure. Yeah, the key is in the specialization, right? So we have teams like, I can give an example, like the mission system team, for example, are highly specialized in the online mission system, right? And so...
Oh, and Elliot Maltby, don't leave him out.
And Elliot, right? The Kid Rock of missions. But this assignment, right? You take the resources that are good at one element that one project needs, and you can dedicate to them. You're not losing anything from the other side, right? The flex obviously is there in your extra kind of chunk of resources, right? Every team has like core members and extra members that can flex. And so the idea with this has been to make a plan where we can actually focus on the things that matter, and we pick what we think matters, right? So our player experience team on the SC side helps us, like for the bug fixes that we're going to be looking at in priority, we know what those are, so we make sure those are covered. So it's about not just prioritization and assignment and just blatantly going SC, Squadron, you know. It's really about looking at what do we want to achieve? And on SC, we want to achieve a better playability. And so we're going to commit resources to that. The flex will come only when we ship, right? That's the moment where flex actually happens, so end of milestones. And so the impact at this will kind of be minimal because we minimize the context switch on the key resources. Like leadership is a key part of this. The right leads in the right places make a big difference.
Okay.
Those ones need to not move. That's the...
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's not a question with an easy. It's not a question with an easy answer, and it's not a question most marketing shills would probably ask their execs live on the internet. But like I said, we're
going for it.
We're going for it.
That's not a shot across the bow of the community that he constantly does. I don't know why people think Jared is some sort of marketing shill for Star Citizen. Like I've seen him compared to like the Baghdad PR guy who was like, no, there's nothing wrong here. And it's like, that's not Jared's job. If anything, that's Tyler's job. Jared is just doing entertainment. And he's gotten better at doing what he currently is doing every year. He's gotten better at it. I don't agree with him on everything he does, and I don't like how he talks about certain things, like setting expectations, but that is a completely different topic, yeah.
I want to talk about one more topic before we get to a topic that I listed in my notes as persistent buggyverse.
Right.
And that's Alpha 401. So last week, it was just last week, right? Yeah. We released Alpha 401. I saw people online, people that, if I'm being as frank with those people as I am with you, probably should have, some people expected the silver bullet patch. Like there was a letter in December and they thought in January there would be a silver bullet where everything was fixed. And I personally find that expectation a bit silly. On the flip side of that though, these are people who have been waiting. Yeah. They've been waiting a long time for us to figure this out. For us to have for us to come in from the cold and realize that so many years of doing it this way, it's time to switch to do it this way. So I understand the frustration and everything is justified, if I'm being completely honest. It was not a silver bullet patch.
Sure.
This 402, it might even go to PTU today or tomorrow. We're here, so I can't see the chats that they're trying to put on PTU. You know, for the end of this month, will not be the next silver bullet either.
Right.
As I said at the beginning of the show, this will be a thing where month after month we patch without new features, but just new content built on existing features and bug fixes, and slowly we start changing the temperature of the water, of our persistent universe. What was my question?
It sounded good anyway, but
I'm sure I was going somewhere. Is this the approach? Is this the? When can we start? So I see what I read, and what I read is what I wrote for myself is dumb. I don't want to ask that question. I want to. 401 did not solve all the problems.
No.
Is it a legitimate improvement over 4.0?
In many areas, it's a drastic change. Yes.
He asked improvement, not change.
Especially for the issues that affected a lot of players during the break. If you played during the break on 4.0 preview, like a lot of very dramatic problems have been solved in 401 or hotfix, right? Because the 401 also includes all the hotfix from 4.0. So it is fundamentally, a better patch, but it regressed in key areas that are very problematic.
Yes, I'm looking at a chat right now.
Very
drastic.
Yeah.
With a lot of emojis.
From the observability standpoint, right? Not from the. I think that in terms of the forward-facing elements of the patch, we have regressed in 401. But from the infrastructure level, we've actually made a step forward, and so it's a 50-50 one.
It's a 2 step forward, 1 step back kind of thing.
I would say so. Yeah.
And the 1 step back just happens to be the part that the players see.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I know there's we're about to jump into this.
The buggyverse.
Just I'm on the verge of something here, and I'm trying to figure out what it is in my head, what I want to say here.
He literally called he said in his notes that was the title. The title of that section was The Buggyverse.
I guess what I really want to ask is, okay, it's not going to be in one patch. It was never going to be in one patch. Any expectations that it would be in one patch?
Please kill the fucking Jesus patch thing. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Jared. I've been saying it for years and I'll continue to say it. There is no such thing as the fucking Jesus patch. You're not going to wake up one day and Star Citizen's suddenly going to be playable. It's going to take years for it, and by the time it's done, you're actually going to put it.
Or 2 patch, frankly, a bit silly. But we're all, when I say we're all, I mean not just the people who play the game, I mean the people who make the game too. We're all frustrated.
Yeah.
We're all tired. We're all exhausted of logging in and seeing people stuck at one in position and seeing elevators not showing up and people falling through trams and stuff like this. It's not going to be one patch and it's not going to be 2 patches. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 7. I guess the question I really want to ask you before we move into the JIRA section here is this plan going to work?
I think so. But what it needs, right, is, and I think Chris's letter kind of sets the commitment. That's what we needed, right? Going from the previous way of making the game to this new way, like a company of our size takes time to shift.
I sped it up by 1.2 because I started this an hour and a half late because of an Inforunners thing I was doing, and I wasn't going to sit here and watch 3 hours and do a monthly report read at the same time. I'd be here until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Years and change direction. And so even though you're like, okay, guys, this is our focus now, reorder priorities, assignments, it takes a while before it actually takes form, right? And you need the people in the teams
it's at
to really grasp what
speed.
we're after, right? In terms of increased playability, what it means for them in the day-to-day, right? And I think that we have the commitment from the leadership to change this, and we have the means to do it. So in order to support this effort, right, it's not just we're talking about priorities and orders, and that's one part of the puzzle. But the other part of the puzzle is to make sure these teams are properly supported to do this, right? It's in paying the tech debt that's been plaguing the project for a long time, that we've been kind of dealing with, putting in the corner, right? Tackling some of it, but then, letting it build up. And I think that we need to attack that head on. And to support our teams, it's about helping them improve the output through better process, better pre-submission checks, better validation, building the tools that will allow them to have confidence that when they put a fix, that it's fixed, or that when we say a bug is fixed, that it is fixed, which is, let's just say that it's been an issue, right?
No.
Yes.
Yes. No. Many have been the times where I've seen everybody from you to Chris to Jens in the chat saying, they read a report on Reddit, or they see something on Twitch or YouTube, and they find the JIRA, and the JIRA says it's fixed.
Black. Yeah. Have faith, Paul. God, Jesus patch. Is that what you're talking about? Yes, Dell said this is going to be a spicy office hours. He's not fucking wrong. Good answers. This is the new Tony Z. Benoit has always been a very, very, very level-headed guy, and from his approach to everything always seems very interesting. I sense the spice. Now I know how this girl looks on coke. When we get to the Dad Lando part, I do want to, before we get to that part, because we're about halfway through now, I do want to say, Night Kai, I think, reached out to me, but a couple people reached out to me in the community when it happened. When the thing happened that they'll address, and they asked specifically that the family asked for distance, for to respect them, not to send any public relation, no social media posts, anything like that. And I think everyone who reached out did respect that. And you don't know how hard it was to not talk about it, because I guarantee you that was the reason why this is released now and not 2 weeks ago. This video. The reason why we had it slow down information is because the person who's in charge of put a lot of this information was in the middle of grieving his father's death. And it's really hard to tell that to people who are being smug little fucks on the internet, to not say, hey, the director of communications dad fucking died. Give him some fucking weeks. Stop being a fucking ghoul. But you can't say that because they didn't announce that. And I wanted to respect that. But, yeah. Just keep
It's like, I thought this says it was fixed. And that happens for a lot of reasons. We've talked a lot about how there are multiple causes for the same outcome. And yeah, that cause of that outcome was fixed, but now we've just exposed a second different cause for the same outcome. It's frustrating. We're doing a lot of, the problem is Jira. That's what's in the chat.
Spoken like a true
We're doing
coder.
a lot of talk here. And we still got some more talk to do. The proof will ultimately be
in the action.
Correct.
Right.
In the month after month, patch after patch. There won't be a patch every single month. Like I said, we're currently looking at about 9 or 10 on the schedule. We actually have a meeting tomorrow where we're going to kind of hammer that down and have a better idea. Certain things affect the patch cadence, but more patches this year than any year prior. But with less of the feature work, far less of the feature work, and more of the content and the bug fixes, the content that doesn't require new features. Like somebody in the chat was just saying, do less events. It's not the events that are problems, the events that are built on new features. Like I was about events built on existing feature work and stuff can still be fine. That's part of what we're looking at. So like this. The proof is going to be, it's going to take this year.
Ultimately, it's just the product, right? That's the thing that counts, is what's the output, right? Does the output get better? Are we still dealing with the same problems that we've seen before? Did we actually solve any of those issues? Or are we still going to look at, interrupted missions or, any of these bugs that are plaguing us, right? And I think that's the key, right? And that's how we should be measured. It's in, does this new method work? Is the product improving, right? And in its quality.
Yeah. Kid Casper, first time chatter, says, did a dev ever play Siege of Orison? Yeah, Siege of Orison is a great example of an event that took substantial feature work. And the feature work that was underneath it was the stuff that was not ready for prime time. It's not exclusively the idea of an event that's bad. It's how you build the event, whether you build the event on current, existing, proven technologies, or whether you try to do something crazy. And we're still going to try to, let's be real. I've been here for too long to sit here in front of everyone and say, we're going to stop trying things new. That's not who we are. We're going to dramatically reduce the risk. We're going to dramatically reduce how far out over the edge with new things that we do. There are going to be moments this year where we still try something new here and there. And hopefully it works better than in the past because of our new tech preview situation, because of the new methodology. There may be 1 or 2 moments this year where we try something new and it still bites us in the butt. That's just, I've been here too long.
Jared's been around since about 2015. He was actually what I do. He was a content creator. Disco Lando was his handle. That's why he called Jared Disco Lando Huckabee, because his handle was Disco Lando, and he was like the biggest content creator in Star Citizen between like 2013 and 2015. And it was his active participation in the community and engagement in the community that got him hired on as a community manager. And that got him to his position currently as communications and all these other things like that. But he's been around for a very long time. He's also a native of LA, so he didn't live too far away from from CSG's LA items. With stock motion videos, yeah. Night Kai's been around as long, so he remembers that.
To even remotely hint at saying otherwise. But on the whole, what I've seen from people at every level this year is something I've not seen in the 10 years I've been here, and that is this collective realization that we have to change and stuff. So I'm more hopeful for this year than I've been for other years. It's not going to be a year full of a bunch of exciting new features. It's going to be a dramatically different year with different content.
All right. Because they're deciding to be open, I'm going to talk about what people at CIG has told me. morale at CIG has been like face planted on the floor and pushed around like a fucking hockey puck over the last year. Between at least June and through August, morale has been dog shit. There's a reason why a lot of people left, either willingly or were laid off, because like it just wasn't a fun place to work. I don't think any of those people, even the people I still have contact with who don't work at CIG anymore, will say that CIG was an awful place to work. But it was clear to a lot of them that the company was becoming a toxic place for them, and they didn't want to have to watch themselves become bitter about the company that was becoming. And that's not something I share regularly when I talk with anybody at CIG, because I don't think that actually helps anybody understand the company a little bit better, because those sorts of things happen to every company. It's happened to me as a teacher in schools I've taught, even the school I currently teach at, which I've been teaching at for a very long time. I've had moments where I'm like, I fucking hate this place, but I've gotten better. It's pulled out. Things change. Yeah. So effectively, anytime you sit there and go, I fucking hate this game, I want to fucking punch a wall, or I don't know what I'm doing about it, there's probably at least at that moment or 3 months before, several CIG employees who feel exactly the same way. Leadership changes as well. Well, I think a lot of those leadership changes were delayed leadership changes that were not put into place until after the ink was dry with the changes over from Turbulent. And so several people who had been there for a decade were like, I'm going to take this time to retire or move on. And because, things were changing. So, yeah, I do too.
Content and stuff. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. It's scary because we've never.
Oh yeah, it's completely different for the project for sure.
All right. Persistent buggyverse.
Yeah.
So, so okay. So it's not all going to be fixed in 1 or 2 or even 3 patches, but if I'm allowed, I think I can speak for everyone in the community when I say what the F about some of these long-term issues. So these long-term existing issues that have plagued the game since 3.24 or longer. So I got together with folks on the community team, Tyler and Lenny and Freya and all those folks. I got together with people from the player relation team, Bayer and his folks and everything. And I even got a few of these from Chris Roberts himself.
There you go.
I like how everyone just calls him Bayer. No one calls him by his real name. He's just Bayer of Red. By the way, if you don't know, the head of player relations, Bayer of Red, is probably the best PvP player that has ever played Star Citizen. Like, I give him 3 months, he would beat the best PvPers in the game right now. That man is insane. I don't know how he did it, and he'd do it with the worst ships in the game. He's a monster, in a good way. He's also a paleontologist, I believe. So,
I got a list of issues that I want to ask you about and get some status updates on.
Sure.
This is basically the part of the show where I hold your
we dive in.
butt to the fire.
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
So in no particular order. No,
hang on before we start, right? So I'll be the messenger here. So we did a little prep, right? We looked at a couple of these because I needed to prep. Unfortunately, I don't know everything.
You don't know the current status of every single major bug?
He actually has a PhD. Like, he has a legitimate PhD in archaeology. So, or paleontology, I think, yeah. Dr. Grant claps cheeks in PvP, yeah. He's a very soft-spoken guy. He's very humble, and he's very socially anxious, which is funny about how good he is at kicking ass.
In the game, Ben?
No, I do not. I wish I did. I mean, that'd be great. But I did do the scavenging hunt to make sure that we got at least an update on most of those. And so that's, we'll get out of it.
Is his name Mike? I think his name's Mike. Yeah,
I'm going to start with server and shard instability.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to read my notes here. We've got frequent login issues, including being stuck at position 1 in the queue for extended periods, shard locks, the servers becoming unresponsive or dead with players extensively discussing strategies for finding working servers, often relying on joining friends' instances. So let's tackle these one by one.
Yep.
Login issues and being stuck at position 1.
So this one we're actually deeply investigating right now. It looks like, so we have, and I'll go deep with technical details here to properly explain, not just the status report. So matchmaking, right? So when you click on that button, join the universe, you're talking to the matchmaking service or the matchmaking system. He will find one of the shard instances that's available, right? All these shards report their health to make sure that they're, doing good, that if one of their servers is not good or their FPS is not in a good condition, it always reports a score. And we will always try to match you to either something that has shard affinity to you, or
shard affinity.
well, it's either your player is already in that shard,
Okay.
right? That's the ultimate affinity, or you've been in that shard before. So we try to have a level of shard affinity. Now the problem with stuck position 1 is that we've matchmade you on a shard. And now the matchmaking service is basically telling the shard, this guy's coming. That's called a process called authorization. And for some reason, now the latest update that I've got this morning on this is that the authorization call sometimes will take multiple minutes to close out. And so we don't know what the cause is on this one yet. It's kind of a new identified condition, but that's one that we need to hotfix absolutely on live in order to get that back in there.
So that's one that, when we figure it out, is fixable by hotfix. Some things require a patch, some things require a hotfix that can be done. So that's a thing that can be fixed.
Hotfix.
Any day of the...
I can speak a bit about the hotfix, how it works, right? Now, I don't like to use the word hotfix for everything, but that's the word we have for now, right? Because not all fixes are necessarily hotfixes. Some of them are just, they need to go out. What we cannot fix right now is a server change. So a change that goes on the game servers. That's one of the easiest things to roll out. So we can actually make a code change, and then we start deploying it, and then your game servers will slowly start updating, right? And that is the easiest one to roll out. But there's some requirements for this. There must be no data change, no asset change, and the network compatibility of the build needs to be maintained. And so that means that there are some things we cannot hotfix because it would cause a client incompatibility. And so there are some bugs that we're like, we have a fix, but we can't roll it out, right?
We have to wait for the next patch.
Don't hate me, chat. I gotta speed this up. You're gonna hear Chipmunk. Let's go.
Window.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Which we are talking about in the interest of this to have now like maintenance windows where we can actually roll out data fixes, right? Where we now need to force players to upgrade their client, but that would allow us to actually, take the environment down, also do some maintenance. We rarely do live maintenance on the environment just to, change things. We kind of try to keep them the way they are, but this will allow us to actually perform live changes more aggressively. So we're trying to nail the process now for that. And so the second kind of thing we can change is a hybrid fix. Now those are very hard to do because a hybrid restart will disconnect all players on a shard, and so we can't upgrade a shard that's already running. And so we have much fewer game shards now than before, and so that means
you'll get used to it after a few minutes.
Disrupting them will have a drastic effect on the live environment, and so those fixes are a bit of a problem. So typically, it reflects in the number and the name of your shard when the hotfixes roll out.
Chat is just spamming. Do it, just do it. One of the things that we don't do that a lot of MMOs do is have that regular Tuesday downtime or something like that, and those are the times where those things are necessary for other games. Is this something?
That's something right. He's so fast.
That's what we're trying to prepare for now, is to have an official maintenance window. We're not thinking about systematically doing a downtime, but we're thinking about scheduling it, and then we'll let players know before that happens, and then we'll be using those moments to do infrastructure changes or upgrades that normally we wouldn't have to wait for.
People have been asking for that for years. I personally have always said, listen, I understand what they're doing, let them cook. But I've also said 4.0 is out, server meshing is out. You need to fucking start doing this because that needs to happen. He's a thespian. Yes. Yes, I know. Use my own fucking words.
That would be, I'm just looking at chat right now. There's nothing you've said in the last hour and a half that's getting the reaction.
This is 1.5.
Like, yes, give us a maintenance window. It's your shit. 4.
That's 5.
Is that 5?
I think so.
5? Load times went way up in 4.0.
Yes.
Way up.
That's right. Yeah.
Especially for Pyro.
Pyro side.
And frequently players would actually time out of their load.
Yeah.
What gives?
So interestingly, now that's still being investigated, but the current hypothesis on this is that the way the Pyro system was built. So first of all, the requirement when you connect, right? What the hell is the game doing, right, in that loading screen? And then you open the console and there's stuff flying around. What is it doing, right? It's going through this context establisher set of tasks, which are like all the phases for the connection, right? Currently, when players load into Pyro and have a long load time, it seems to be related to the way the system was built, where there's an entity in the Pyro system that holds the spacescape for the system. Right now, we're peeking behind the curtains of how the levels are made, but there's a requirement for the CET connection, right, that requires that all the entities that the client needs to load need to have an authority assigned, right? Now, so this is directly a server mesh change. And so if an entity that you're loading doesn't have an authority yet, which could be any server in the mesh, right? If one of them doesn't have an authority yet, then the load time will have to wait for this entity to gain an authority. Now, how can this entity not have an authority? So our current hypothesis is that if the server that is hosting that Pyro Spacescape entity, which has a giant radius, so every client loading into Pyro needs that entity. If the server that hosts that entity is currently rebooting because it has a crash on it, then all players will have to wait for that server to do the full provisioning loop, boot up,
We're at 1.5.
acquire, load the data, acquire the entity.
Not
and then play
1.75.
load it.
We
For some players,
upped it
that
to 1.7.
overrides that busts the time it needs for the timeout for the login. So that's our current lead, and we think we have a fix, but we're obviously that's another one that we would roll out. I think it's a code fix on the hybrids that we can actually roll out for that.
While you were giving that answer, Chris Roberts just messaged and says, Benoit, are we having login issues again? and Guillaume is like, I'm poking Ahmed because Benoit's on SCL talking about this right now. So, get off Benoit's back, Chris. Delete. Do not hit enter. Okay, so I know I see people.
Just quick aside, Ahmed is insane. Okay, that man has been helping to run Star Citizen servers since the beginning. He's one of those people who's been around since like 2013. He's a wizard. CIG, I think, would probably implode without Ahmed. Without him and Bearded, the tag team in Austin doing a lot of work on the back end servers, I don't know how we would fucking function.
People who are stuck in this thing, who are waiting, like they shut their client down, and they log back in, they shut their client down. Like, is that helping their case, or is that hurting their case in this?
So I have a lot to say about that. So
I'm head out.
So on everybody kind of has a recipe for fixing login issues, right? A lot of them involve disconnection, shard hopping, loading into AC, rebooting twice, printing a document. I don't know, right?
Yes,
that is actually one of the things that we've identified as missing in our testing process. So we do some load testing before we launch a patch. And so we test with clients logging in, logging out, and everything's great. What we're not testing is launch client, persistent universe, Alt F4. Launch client, persistent universe, AC, right, Alt F4. Client, persistent universe. And so a lot of the issues that we've seen in the 4.0 release, when we put in the persistent hanger flow, for example, that allows you to log into your hanger, the system for this needs to move your player, we call it unstow your player, into the shard. It also needs to unstow your hanger. Now, when players are constantly logging in and out of shards, now you've got multiple shards doing this process for you, and they need to complete that process. We've identified a ton of concurrency issues with this in 4.0, elements that we didn't test for because you test the load, not the repeated concurrency. And so that's one thing we've identified that we absolutely need to add to our testing process, because it's one of the other things. I've talked about this before. The difference between PTU and live is like a 20x increase.
Yeah.
That's also one big difference, is that on PTU players don't shard hop that much.
Yeah, that's why players are getting stuck.
One of the forever things that if there's a double-edged sword of PTU, and there are many,
yes.
but this is like the one that's always amused me. People are more patient on PTU than they are on live because they recognize that they're helping us, they're helping the development of the game, they're doing a job, and that patience is necessary and wonderful. Yeah. But it doesn't make for an effective test of live. And it's yet another reason we have to go to these live environments sometimes, and we don't discover these things to live environments, because live is where Hyde comes out.
Right.
So many people in PTU are Dr. Jekyll, and they're all nice and knowledgeable and then live environment is where it's interesting. It's right.
Well, that's one of the key differences, right? And so a lot of the issues that are plaguing us right this second, right, are still remnants of that we are tracing a lot of them. I spent a lot of time on Spectrum during the break, during the vacation, workation, actually digging into a lot of those to be able to make sure that when the team would come back, that we'd have some traction on some of those.
Last question on servers, because then we're going to get to the character stowing and repair here.
Yeah.
What are shard locks, and why do servers become unresponsive?
Well, so that second part.
Little question here.
Right. So shard lock, we never really called it shard lock. This is like a community term. You're never really locked into a shard, but your character can only be into one. And so if you get match made into one of, let's say, USE1B 010, everybody's favorite shard, which it is true, that shard is cursed. I'm going to tell you right now, it's always 010. I don't know why, but that one is always the one.
Take it out to the shed and shoot it.
It doesn't matter.
020, baby. That's the other one that's good.
010 shard, for some reason, is the bane of our existence. Anyway, so you go play there. Your character will get unstowed. So hybrid will unstow your character, moves it from the global database that allows you to go anywhere to that shard. Now you are, according to the community, shard locked, right? Because you're playing in that shard right now. What's supposed to happen is that if you quit the client or you get disconnected or the client crashes, when you come back, you're going to get match made on this shard again, right? Now, if that shard is no longer available during the time where you decided to come back or whatever, then that's going to give you a nice little 60K error, right? Which will say, hey, your character is there, that shard is no longer available. Now, what that means is that behind the scenes, there's a process that's taking if the shard is crashed, there's a process that's currently processing that shard and will stow back your character. So it's time. Time will fix it, right, in this case. During the 4.0 preview, some players got into a state where the character could not get stowed back. That was a bug that prevented that from happening. And so their character was kind of seemingly corrupted. And so we had to go in and fix a lot of those. That caused a permanent 60,030, I think is the one, where basically some players were stuck in that mode for a long time. So we had to actually do manual actions to solve that. But otherwise, in most of the time will make your character go back to the stow position. And then once you're stowed back, you're able to go back in there. So that's what we call, or I think that's what the community calls shard locking.
Yes.
It was definitely the 630. It's building reputation. You know, it's coming for 30K's crown.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
slowly.
Let's talk about elevators and trams.
All right.
Let's talk about elevators and trams.
We didn't talk about repair. You don't want to talk about repair?
Well, actually, that question was mostly about the 6030 and the stone. You basically covered all that stuff.
That's kind of true.
So, elevators and trams.
Yeah.
Broken or missing elevators in various locations, preventing access to hangars and other areas, or simply trapping players inside. Trams that either let you fall through the floor or yeet you into lower orbit. My question to you,
what the fuck? That's 6. So, brief history, right, of transit. This is a very old system that's been in the game for a long time. And transit in the context of streaming is already a non-trivial problem to solve because and I need to dive into the why, so to explain a bit, the complexities behind it. But so the transit system is composed of multiple components, right? You've got peripherals, so that's, for example, the button you press to call an elevator or a tram. It's the indicators that say, hey, the tram's coming in, this amount of time. Those are peripherals. You have gateways, which are locations where a carriage can stop at. So, for example, if you're in Lorville, and you go to the train, where the train stops, it's like a station. That's called a gateway. You have carriages, which are either elevators, trains, trams, all these things that move along a path. And then they go from gateway to gateway, and they respond to orders that are submitted from peripherals. All sounds nice and dandy. What's the problem, right? So in any game, any other game that doesn't have full-on level streaming, all of these things are always loaded. So the manager, the piece of code that actually is managing the fulfilling the orders and moving the carriages in general, or has the logic of the carriages, is always, all this network is streamed in. It's all loaded, so it's always available. It knows where the carriages are, it knows what's happening, everything is there. In our environment, because of our SOCS technology, that allows us to have more performance on the server because we unload those to the zone. That means we unload those carriages. So think about your Lorville train that you see stop at you and then leave. On the server, if nobody's on the track, it doesn't have a carriage there. It's unloaded, right? And so the current iteration of the system actually destroys that carriage and will recreate carriages when it needs it, right? And there's been a ton of issues with this. So that's the first part, right, is the streaming part. That makes it a bit more complicated. The second part is that the way the system was built initially, it would fulfill these orders to those, send orders basically. You call the elevator from your hangar, I need to send a lift there. So the system is going to tell the lift to move. The lift moves on its own, right? So you will jump and then do the actual path. We want those to be physicalized, so they're actually following certain paths. Now, the issue is that combine streaming with these orders and state is lost in certain conditions. And so the system just needs a whole lot of changes on its communication layer to be reliable, and it needs a fundamental change in how it fulfills these orders. Instead of just sending a message to a carriage and hoping for the best, the transit manager needs to be actually always tending towards the state that it should be in so that it can self-heal for any kind of issues, right? Whether creating the carriage failed or streaming out and losing a piece of it, the system needs to change to be able to properly do that. So that's what the new system that we're writing is going to do. It's going to solve these communication issues with streaming, and it will make the system self-heal. But we also need to do fixes to the current system immediately, right, to get that working. So now we do have a crack team on this right now where we've significantly increased the size of the group that is looking at the current elevators issues, which we have absolutely regressed on. And they're looking at adding the self-healing component I just talked about directly in the system. So I was happy to hear that we have now proper reproductions for at least a couple of cases where the gateways are basically becoming defunct. And so you call the elevator and it never shows up, right? That's the #1 case that we see at the moment. Or the other one is a lift shows up, you press a button and it doesn't move, right? So that's when the transit manager's lost this carriage or the gateway is no longer usable. And so now we have those reproductions and they're not just happening to players. Now we have an actual case where we're able to actually go down and we've seen what actually is going on. So we can put the self-healing things I just talked about to fix it.
So in the past, when we've talked about
Daedalus, I'm going to answer that question. You're not going to like the answer. The reason why they have to be physicalized is because this is Chris Roberts' mandate. Chris wants absolutely everything that he can get physicalized. He doesn't like teleporting elevators because people were complaining about teleporting elevators when we had teleporting elevators back in the 2.0 days. And so people wanted to feel like you were actually moving, and they didn't want teleporting. And Chris wanted it to be more physicalized than the Wonka Vader situation right now. He wanted it real life. Yeah, that's not like an opinion of me. That's not like observation. That was directly told to me in open channels about this very situation. That is a Chris Roberts mandate. So if you don't like the fact that they're physicalized, you can blame Chris Roberts, the company owner and game creator. That is a red line he does not cross. He may cross it eventually if it becomes such a problem that it's not functional anymore, but that has always been a red line for him. That is a must-have in the game.
Some of these issues and why they haven't been fixed or whatever, it's because we've had this aversion to doing double work.
Yeah.
We don't want to work on a Band-Aid when we know the long-term solution is ripping the whole damn thing out and replacing it with something else.
Try to do minimal change on the existing and say.
What you just described, though, is doing both. Though. So at present, I just want to confirm this here. At present, some amount of persons are working on writing a brand new transit system built for the server meshing reality and all this stuff.
Yes.
But at the same, that's going to take X number of months to do. Not wanting to wait for that because
we need to fix.
You need to fix now. Right. There's also another group of people focused on a short-term self-healing fix to the current system that may not fix everything, but will dramatically improve it, is our hope.
Yes, well, we want it to function the way it should function, which is all the time, like reliable, right? Now, it might mean, because we are still going to have the issue of the streaming out and some error handling, that it might take longer for a lift to arrive in certain cases, but it will arrive, and it will.
Because it'll have that error checking, it'll have that self-healing. So the idea is that it won't just not show up. Right. You won't just fall through it. You may wait twice as much as you were used to.
In those cases,
but then it will show up.
Correct.
Well, that would be something, at least for the short term.
Yes.
That would be something.
Yeah.
Okay, and that helps me explain why we're doing both.
Right. No, because we need to fix it
short-term
right
fixes
now.
and
Exactly.
long-term. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Somebody asked, do the elevators in Squadron 42 work?
They use the same system, but the streaming bubbles in Squadron 42 are a lot higher, so they will stay streamed.
Single player, yeah. And then
that was then. This is now. They need to let that go and let freaking elevators be loading screens. They don't even have to be loading screens. They can just be. They can simulate movement and then transport you. It's not a loading screen because it's because of how streaming works. It's instantaneous. Like you will pop out of existence and pop into another place. They already have a teleportation feature. They even talked about it earlier, so they could do it, but they don't want to.
Many people are like, just build stairs. Like, who knows? Maybe we can convince Ian and Nyx will be all stairs.
Yeah.
No.
Or ladders, maybe. I don't know.
Hangars.
Yeah.
Hangars. All right. Failing to spawn ships correctly. Platforms getting stuck. Ships being destroyed while they're stored.
Yeah.
I saw that one. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Or hangars being assigned incorrectly. One by one. Where do you want to start?
All right, I got to come clean first. On the ships being destroyed when stowed, that was 100% me. So,
thanks, Benoit.
We were looking at.
You lost me.
Look right in the camera.
Benoit, you owe a lot of money to a lot of people right now. you owe me at least half a no. You owe me 750,000 UEC.
Yes.
It was you, Benoit.
Yes.
You owe Jack Axton several million dollars. several million UEC.
So that was a back-end change that we did to try to alleviate some of the load that we were seeing in some areas. And one of those side effects that was unplanned was that the location ID of ships weren't being updated when they changed. And so the way the ASOP terminal, again, moving sands, right, does its reconciliation, which shows you what's available for you. It actually uses the location as the key element to know if a ship is actually available. Not only is it stowed, but it needs to be in the right location. Now, this change that I had made for optimization.
I stream, you stream. They don't teleport you, they spline. It's a spline. It just teleports you along a spline. And how long you go or how long that spline is determines. They've just removed the spline, is what they've done.
Did cause, for a couple of days, the issue where the locations weren't updated. And so all your ships that were stowed in lower locations would show as destroyed. But they were there, but they would show as destroyed in ASOP. And so, yeah, I'm going to take the blame for that one. That was me.
Is this like if a branch falls in a forest and nobody can hear it? Does it really? The ship's not technically destroyed, but if it reports destroyed and you can't call it because it reports destroyed, isn't it destroyed even if it's not destroyed?
Yeah. Well, actually, claiming it would actually destroy it too. So technically, it's destroyed.
Right, but we resolved that one.
Yeah, that one's resolved.
Okay, so let's get back. So let's talk about failing to spawn ships correctly, platforms getting stuck.
Right. So let's talk about hangars first. Right.
Okay.
So, I mean, people that play more in the PTU know how the system works, but it's actually a bit special in that, first of all, the hangars are instance. So their instance on your shard. You have access to your hangar based on your ownership of it. But all the hangars on a given ATC gateway, so these are the actual hangar doors on the stations, right, are all stacked on top of each other, right? So that's why there's been bugs in the past during the PTU cycles for 4.0 where
you can hear
oh yeah, and that bug took a while to fix because it required technology change. But that was also crazy. Like the sound was just incredible. And so what that means is that when you're in the station and you want to go to your hangar, you have two options. One of them is use the lift. Now we just talked about the lift, right? When you call the lift, it will.
Jin, basically all upper management in this game do get dirty. They get into the trenches and work with other people. Chris codes, Benoit codes, Aaron codes, all of them go in and build stuff because the problem, and this is actually kind of a problem, that CIG is a tiny company mentality with a gigantic fucking staff. There's been multiple devs who've talked about how they've looked in and saw code fixes being logged by Chris. And they were like, I guess junior developers like, the CEO is doing code fixes? What the fuck? Like, why is the CEO logging in and doing code fixes? And a lot of them were like, this is really cool. It means he really understands it. And I think as a lot of people were pointing out at that time, even myself, which is like, the CEO shouldn't be doing fucking code fixes. The CEO should be running the goddamn company. It's good that they know how to do code fixes, but no one's going to touch that fucking code if they know the CEO fixed it. Because what if the CEO fucked up? Are you going to be? Is a junior dev going to be fixing that problem? You're going to be the one to fix the CEO's code?
Will actually unstow your hangar, create your hangar, and then give you permission to go there, right? Right the moment you hit that button. So there's a lot of things that.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you enter your hangar. There's render culling that comes into play that will make sure that you only see your hangar, even though everybody's on top of each other. That physics only affect you, right? So they're all stacked. Now, one of the big problems that we're dealing with right now, and we've been diving into it for a while, is that the ship elevator, has a couple of issues, right? I've seen, an Avenger rising from the grave through it. I've seen, ship spawn.
That's because you're a senior dev, Jin. The reason why Benoit touching code makes sense is because Benoit is in such a niche. He's such a niche job that there's like probably less than 200 Benoits in the entire world. What he does in terms of like how the game communicates with backend servers and stuff like that, that shit is like, Benoit could probably make more money in the private sector doing like business code, doing this stuff for businesses, for banks. He could probably be a much wealthier man if he wanted to. His skills have been put. It means doing this means he wants to do this. He wants to do this for video games. So, yeah, and he'd be bored. Yeah. I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm not a dev anymore, and I haven't been for a decade and a half. But when you were, you still would have done the same thing because you were a dev and you had that experience. A senior can tell a CEO to fuck off because they understand where they're from, or they understand like I can tell my principal when they're wrong because I've been there long enough that I've been in my position longer than a lot of the principals who are at the school. So if they come to me and tell me I'm doing it wrong, I'll say, cool, do it for me then. And they look at me weird and I go, right, because I've been doing this longer than me. Give me some suggestions. Do not tell me I'm doing it wrong. Sorry, that's a little bit more personal, but I get that. But, it would be like my principal coming in and telling me and trying to teach my class. I would sit back and laugh as the kids rip them apart. because I don't have the same kind of experience with the kids, that kind of thing. But I'm experienced. A brand new teacher would be too scared to say no. Felt good though, huh? Yeah, I did. Be right back. 2 seconds. I turned off the fun button. Oh, students are absolutely vicious. You wouldn't want me as a teacher. I am awful as a teacher. By that I mean, like, my kids constantly complain that I give them too much work to do. Partially it's because they don't do the work, but I give them enough information that they have to write notes on, and if they're not paying attention 100% of the time, they won't know it. And then when I give them the work to do, they have to be paying attention to doing the work, and if they pay attention to do the work, they'll be able to get done by the end of class. But I do not give any breaks. When we start class, I do not end the class until the bell rings, because I do not have enough time to teach the stuff I need to teach. So I go. Just go. And sometimes that stuff is, production possibility curves, or the structure of political parties. Not exactly the most stimulating topics to your average person.
Spawning on top of each other, and so there's two problems behind it.
No
The first
kid
one
pays
is that
attention
the
100% of the
platform
time.
itself-
Exactly, and that's the problem. So I have no lee room. It's this how the system functions.
is it's moved, right? It's not a physical movement, so it's not physics driving the movement. The ship is physics enabled. That is a recipe for disaster. Correct. When you see flapping like that, it's like the combination of things, right? And so we're currently like discussing a solution because there are limitations that the way it's made is the way that they were limited to make it, but we need to fix it. So it's either both elements are statically moved or they're both physically driven. You can't have this combination. That's what causes all these things. So that's why sometimes serve FPS is good, performance is good, all your ships are going to go up, that platform, everything's great. And some other times, half the ships is in the platform, and that's an issue. So currently we're rechanging the layout and the setup of the hangars to set this up properly so that it never happens again. The unstow issue is actually
Yes, according to, if you believe the advocacy, they believe the slicers are the same thing as the frontier fighters. They're both the same group.
We think at the moment a bug where in the timing of how when you leave your hangar, we need to stow back this hangar, right? Because if you go to another shard, we want you to have access to your hangar. The timing of this, if there's a ship on the pad when you leave, there's a possibility in the timing where the ship will be stowed with the hangar instead of being stowed on its own, and then the hangar is clean.
Yeah.
And that condition is.
We need to have a unit on. You need to have a unit on Smoot Hawley Terrafact. That's what I have to teach tomorrow. And it's not even like I'm going to do the Smoot Hawley Terrafact because of current events. No, it's literally what we talk about when we talk about tariffs. We talk about NAFTA and the Smoot Hawley. Those are the two things we talk about as examples of protectionist tariffs versus free trade policies. I'm literally teaching international trade as this is going on.
Is not properly detected when you unstow the hangar again. And so in the cases where, for you as a player, you're not going to see a difference in that you leave with the hangar on the ship on the pad, you leave your hangar, you come back on another shard, and you just go to your hangar, your ship's going to be on it. But if you call a ship from the station, and the ship was carried with your hangar up and down, then the ATC is not going to know that there's a ship on the pad, and he will attempt to spawn it there, and that's where crazy happens. And so currently we're looking at that complete cycle to make sure that the timing is correct. And there's also a couple of other issues related to this. Some corruption of data can happen in that case. And so we have an entire team dedicated to the hangars right now, just making sure these issues get solved because they're affecting everybody. I'm happy to report, though, that one other issue that we had with the hangars got solved related to how you exit the hangar. So
usually in a ball of flaming wreckage.
Well, or after 25 minutes of queuing where the system tells you, hey, in 100 seconds you'll be able to leave. Right? And so we did hotfix a change to the way that what I call the hangar queues are managed, right? So again, the ATC manages the queues. It's managing how you exit your hangar, which doors open, stuff like that. And at concurrency, so when a lot of players are in the
I'm beginning to think that Benoit's mortal enemy is the fucking ATC system. I have a feeling that Benoit's going to be personally heading up the complete rewrite of the ATC and enjoying every moment as he deletes that code from existence.
same location, leaving and entering, this queue and those timers would get completely out of whack. And so it would either grant too much time to someone to leave or enter. We're talking 10x the time, or give you literally.
Benoit, download it into an HDD and go full Office Space on that thing. Download the entire thing that you have before you replace it. And then when you're completely done and replace it, take the HDD that has the last remains of that code and beat the shit out of it.
3 seconds to leave. And then players would get stuck in the doors where the doors would go, and then try to squeeze in it. The doors would squeeze them out. And then, the rest is a little bit of a party. So hopefully have something on live already alleviating this, but we're still tracking to confirm it completely that it doesn't happen again.
For the folks that are still in the chat saying, please just give us staircases, the hangars are instanced. The stairs would just still go to, the elevator is a portal between the real world and your instance world. Even if you spent 5 minutes going up and down stairs, you would still have to hit a portal where you have to queue and push a button and it makes a portal for your thing. It's the same thing. An elevator is just the mechanism. Stairs don't solve it, unfortunately. Hard work of developers and engineers solve it. What's the obstruction tuning and stuff? I saw, I've seen images internally of the elevator won't go down, and then Brett or somebody on player experience or whatever will jump in and go under the thing, and they'll see a dragonfly stuck under the elevator that stops it from going down.
And so the problem we talked about physicalization of the platform is definitely related, because then the obstruction code that will, you can't bring down the ship elevator because there's obstruction. Initially was like, if there's like a speckle of dust under that platform, it's not going to move, right? Which was, let's just say, a bit
too aggressive.
Way too aggressive. And so I think at this point we're doing cleanup to just try to stow back. If one of your ship goes on the platform, we'll deal with it and stow it back. But it still needs work to make sure that, even if, I remember one of the early 4.0 preview bugs was like the water bottle would clip through the platform and then would prevent the hangar from functioning completely. And so now we're trying to, again, in the interest of self-healing for these systems, right? It's about, let's not just work at preventing the condition, let's also work at what if it happens anyway, right? We need to do aggressive cleanup to keep the system working. Like the hangars, the elevators, the hangar doors, the ATC systems are all part, in my mind, of what I call the traversal of the game, right? And bugs that affect the traversal of the game, that prevent you from going to your ship and leaving or entering in and refueling, they are of the utmost priority, right? They have to be solved, because if that doesn't work, then the game doesn't work. They're critical.
And lastly, I'm looking at this JIRA for the hangars being assigned incorrectly. Location ID, it's got your name on it.
Well, I've been investigating that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're not responsible.
I'm not responsible for it yet, until proven otherwise. But in this case, it seems that there's a condition where you can have more than one hangar in a location of the same size, which should not happen. And when the system gets in a state, it might pick one or the other, which which can lead to you not having a hangar at all. So that's the thing that we're trying to find out how it actually happens.
Okay. Second batch of hangar issues.
Sure.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Hangar lifts that clip players' ships and destroy them. Doors not opening and closing correctly. Losing your personal hangar completely. And I have the overlapping with the physical audio. We've covered that one. Yep. So hangar lifts that just clip a little tiny corner of my spaceship and make it go explode.
Sure.
What's physicalized there, Benoit?
Well, so I was going to touch a bit on ship cleanup, and not necessarily ship cleanup, but density cleanup in general. We talked about the physics events, right, in the past, earlier in the show, right? So the physics events are a godsend for the server performance, because we evict all these debris that are causing intersections, slowing down physics. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been able to get performance of the servers up in general. Now, one of those components, well, the same system, is actually responsible for a ping glow that shows up on a ship that will just pop it, right? And so that's part of how we try to resolve the physics intersection for ships, right? And the way it works right now is that it has a smoothed number of frames, where if the physics engine is like heavy intersection, at some point it will go like, okay, like something needs to happen. The way we handle that event is still a bit too aggressive right now, and so in some cases it triggers a heavy intersection and will pop out the ship. But we don't want this to happen to attended vehicles ever, and so we're working right now at adjusting that flow so that only unattended vehicles in full intersection for a very long number of frames are cleaned up. And so right now it's a bit too aggressive for this part. But the distinct glow, pink glow, is we added that to make sure we could identify those problems which we expected would kind of happen until we tuned the system properly.
We are at 2 hours.
Wow.
I want to keep going.
Yeah, let's go.
Pete, Dave, Lauren, you okay? Honestly, I'm not even joking. If you need to go, just leave the camera switched on Benoit. Yeah. Nobody needs to see this face anymore. Just leave the camera switched on Benoit and we're going to keep going. Are you cool? Okay, but seriously, if you do have to go, do it. Just wave and be like, it's on Benoit. I can see it. I want to keep going.
Yeah.
Inventory and item persistence issues.
Right.
Items are disappearing from inventories, ships, and storage containers. This includes bought items, looted items, mission cargo. What's causing this? What are we doing to resolve it?
Well, so on the inventory system, right, there's or I should say on the item system. So the way the entities are tracked.
By the way, if you didn't know, all of these questions aren't coming from the community. These are questions coming from Chris, from the community team, from the player relations team. Some of these are pulled from directly player interactions with staff or with each other. Live streams like this and other things like that where they see those things. So. Did Sandy also put some up there? Yeah.
Their entities have entity classes that define what they are, right? And there are, I want to say, tags
Well,
or
Benoit's a
configuration,
perfect
attach
person to explain
entities,
these sorts of things.
for things that we want to automatically clean up, right? Again, we're back on cleanup, right? Because it's important. So, for example, AI, characters will have what we call an auto stow or auto bury policy. Auto stow will bring something back to an inventory after certain conditions are met. Auto bury will destroy an entity if certain conditions are met, right? Automatically. So that's our ability. That gives us our ability to go, this thing is good, let's say for 12 hours, and after that, we can get rid of it. This is true for like debris or things we spawn on the side or things like that. And so a lot of people have reported losing items, for example, from CZs that were acquired in CZs. That's, at that point, it wasn't even a system issue. It was really, those items were flagged auto-destroy, basically. And so some players looted armor and were like, started using those armors. And then when the conditions met for the auto-bury, those items disappeared, right? I almost lost this one. And so that was a bad setup, right? And so now I know that a lot of those items have been retagged, right? And so the auto policy will not apply to them, or not if they're attended. Again, it's all about, making sure that the right tags are on them. So that explains some of the inventory things. There was one I was looking into with a player actually recently where, when you read your inventory, there's caching going on, right? And when your inventory changes, that cache is supposed to be expired. In certain locations, for some reason, that cache, like especially in CZs, was causing some problems. So opening your inventory in the CZs would be empty, and then you open it again, and then you store something in it, and now other items show up. That's a telltale issue with the cache. So we're actually revamping the query cache right now for these elements to make sure it's always consistently updated. Your stuff is there. It's just
it just can't show.
It's cache as nothing. Yeah, exactly.
With long-term persistence, it seems like it seems like there's always some level of something disappearing.
Yeah.
Every patch.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
So LTP is a fairly complicated system, right? But if I can simplify it as much as I can, when you stow something in an inventory, and we take that item and we process it. So let's take an easy example. Let's say a single gun, your P4. You have a P4. You put it in an inventory that you own. A record is created for it's an ownership record that says this player owns a P4, right? Now these records we write to all the time. If you unstow that gun, meaning you put it in your hands, right? We destroy that record because now it's in play. So you play with the gun and then you stow it back. That recreates the record. So these records should always represent what you've got in your inventory that you own. Now, where it gets complicated is that these things can be hierarchies that contain items that then need to be processed. And so we don't persist everything to LTP. Only a select set of entity classes that designers control will go into LTP. For example, ships are a good example, things like that. Now, when we stow a ship, we look at its entire hierarchy, and there might be things attached or loosely left in the ship that are LTP.
On the list.
Correct, and now they have to be added in. So also with LTP, there's also sometimes perception issues that things should persist, right? Like for example, a classic case is a ship left in the shard between patches, right? You're flying your ship in 3.24 and we release 4.0. If you leave the ship there in the shard, right, you don't have an ownership record for it, right? The ship needs to be stowed in order to be there when we recover it. But we do think that there are still issues with some of the recording events in cases where ships are claimed, because at that point, when you join into the next patch, let's say you have a ship you bought with UC and you store it at a location. That ship actually, its recorded ID comes from your long-term persistent record of that ship. And in the case where you claim that ship again, we think that there might be some cases where the record data doesn't follow, and so the LTP record is not recreated. And that could be a source of some of the lost ships in the LTP data. But overall, we're not happy at all with that solution in general. And a bit like you were talking about transit, we want to do a two-pronged approach on this. One of them is we want to find the cases that are left in the current system that don't behave the way we want them, but we're also putting significant effort at a different system for this, which is that we don't want to have to wipe the database at all. So we want to be able to keep your inventories intact between patches and have a forward compatible model where we can actually keep all this data there the way it is, and then
like checking a file from Perfor. So you're not destroying it. You're copying out. Nobody else can write to it. Nobody else can mess with it. That's right. It's yours. Yeah. And then when you stop it, it goes back. It goes back in. So it's not a non-destructive.
Yeah. And so our goal with this is that's a fairly large endeavor. I mean, like, we're not going to fix it in a second, right? We're going to still hot patch the current system to make sure that the cases that we've seen are fixed. But the longer term fix is to make sure we only persist the data that's going to be compatible. So differentiate between the serialized variables on entities that are important to a ship from those that are runtime only. That's a big difference. So those will be stored in the global database. And between patches, our goal is to just keep that database like this. So there's no, we're getting records back from a thing that has been recording for 3 months. It's like, no, it's the exact same inventory that you have on the live patch and the new patch. So there's no loss at all, right? So that's our target for this new LTP solution.
And those are obvious. Those are bugs and inefficiencies and stuff. There's still always been this. There's been this existing problem. I mean, it's been here since I've been here, but I think it's really started to really gain steam in like 2017, 2018, and it's been forever. It's this unique item recovery.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there was even a thread today that reached the top of one of those channels where it's just like, we get all these cool things. You get cool things packaged in with your pledge purchases or whatnot, and then you're too afraid to wear them. You're too afraid to use them because you fall through one planet. You fall through one lousy planet, and you lose it forever. We're not going to go into it here because there's another show dedicated to it, but that is absolutely prioritized this year. It's prioritized in a way that I've never seen it prioritized. The talk is stopped and the work is starting. So we've got a signed off design, and people are on it right now. And
I mean, the thing that speaks a little bit to a forward compatible model where we can actually keep all this data there the way it is, and then
like checking
migrate
a file from Perforce. You're not destroying it. You're
Correct.
copying it out. Nobody else can write to it. Nobody else can mess with it.
That's right.
It's yours.
Yeah.
And then when you stop it, it goes back. It goes back in. So it's not a non-destructive.
Yeah. And so well, our goal with this is that's a fairly large endeavor. I mean, like, we're not going to fix it in a second, right? We're going to still hot patch the current system to make sure that the cases that we've seen are fixed. But the longer term fix is to make sure we only persist the data that's going to be compatible. So differentiate between the serialized variables on entities that are important to a ship from those that are runtime only. That's a big difference. So those will be stored in the global database. And between patches, our goal is to just keep that database like this. So there's no, oh, we're getting records back from a thing that has been recording for 3 months. It's like, no, it's the exact same inventory that you have on the live patch and the new patch. So there's no loss at all, right? So that's our target for this new LTP solution.
And those are obvious. Those are bugs and inefficiencies and stuff. There's still always been this. There's been this existing problem. I mean, it's been here since I've been here, but I think it's really started to really gain steam in like 2017, 2018, and it's been forever. It's this unique item recovery.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there was even a thread today that reached the top of one of those channels where it's just like, we get all these cool things. You get cool things packaged in with your pledge purchases or whatnot, and then you're too afraid to wear them. You're too afraid to use them because you fall through one planet. You fall through one lousy planet, and you lose it forever. We're not going to go into it here because there's another show dedicated to it, but that is absolutely prioritized this year. It's prioritized in a way that I've never seen it prioritized. The talk is stopped and the work is starting. So we've got a signed off design, and people are on it right now. And
I mean, the thing that speaks a little bit to also the change in mentality that we're trying to affect, which is tackling things like.
Here's the I backed it up because I didn't when he started doing it, I'm like, what? Well, is it looping? No, I backed it up a little bit for that. I still wouldn't expect it for months. That's probably at best an Invictus solution, and it's probably not going to be perfect. It's going to fuck up the first time they implement it. It's not going to be, you'll probably get it like 60, 70% of the time. Just because that's how CIG works.
Like this, right, are not just bugs and quality issues, but also playability issues, right, that need to be addressed as well.
It's going to be a 3-tiered solution. Again, we'll have a show where we go through it all. I'm filming with Declan next week on it like this. There'll be a short term that'll help a lot. There'll be a long term that'll help even more, and then the super long term is crafting. And basically, you get blueprint for everything. You can just make your own. And it's like that, so you never ever have to worry about. So it's a multi-stage thing. But this first stage just got signed off, and it's in active development. And
you excited?
I joke. It's not a joke. I say it with all sincerity that the same conversations the backers have, we have internally just 3 weeks earlier.
100%.
Been
I mean, sometimes
grinding our gears.
Sometimes it's scary
for everything.
Sometimes it's scary.
So that to see actual movement on this right now is exciting.
That's because I know CIG watches this sometimes, and if you are watching this at work or another thing, I'll be real quickly. We've been in this fucking project so much that we probably know as much as you do about everything about the game, even just by fucking vibes. Like everything that Van Bois was saying about LTP, I was just like, yeah, that makes sense. That like in my brain, it is processed as, oh yeah, these unique item IDs just are getting fucking lost somewhere. That's why it's not coming back. And I think most of us know that instinctively. It's like, yeah, something broke between point A and point B. And for your average gamer, what we just said was fucking voodoo. But we're Star Citizen gamers. We've been looking at this project and looking inside and out and how these things function for so long. We're just like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, so that's their name for that. Yeah, I like the two hanger thing. Like you want to know the fix for hanger? It's always the second one. If you have 2 of the same small hangers, it's always number 2. It's always the one that's further down. That's the correct hanger to go to. The first one's always the bugged one. How do I know? I don't fucking know. It happened to me once, and I realized it was the second one, and I always hit the second one. And it's always been the second one. It's always the second one. So my guess is it probably has something to do with the interaction system around the elevator. It's the elevator panel, not anything else. You are one with the Astro code, yeah. in the vernacular of industry, they don't have automatic processes. If you interrupt a non-automatic process, you can have data process. Yeah. Can I guarantee you that that's the second? It's always going to be the second one? No, because this is Star Citizen, and I just said it. So it's like light. If you try to observe it as mass, it's mass, and if you try to observe it as particle, it's particle or whatever. You know, that kind of thing. Atomic, not automatic. Atomic. You can't have atomic processes. If you interrupt a non-atomic process, you can have data process. Okay, yeah. But I'm like, I'm going to finish up a computer science degree in a few months, my third engineering degree, and I'm seriously considering applying to CIG and putting 8 years of my experience in the game of resume, the game in my resume. Do it. Having said it, it will now reverse. Exactly. Yeah. It's like in the admin terminals, you don't have to unload it from your ship. You just choose the one under it. Yeah. A wave or particle. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep. One last hanger call out before we go.
Yeah.
The aggressive ship despawning mechanic.
Yeah.
Sometimes ships are despawned while people are still inside them.
Yeah, that should not happen ever. In fact,
Nice to hear it said out loud.
No, the system is supposed to be made that we have a passenger count on each of those ship entities, and if there's a passenger, even if he's not piloting, and even if it's not his ship, we should not be despawning those ships at all. And so that's definitely on the lookout right now as to why it happens. I mean, there's a couple routes.
Benoit. I know this is not how this works, because I know the process is more thorough because you want to make sure it's absolutely everything before you actually make the decision and go with it. But I'm going to reach into my fucking brain and pull out the answer. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? It's fucking latency. The game doesn't know that the person is on the goddamn ship, but the person's client says they're on the ship. But for some reason, the goddamn backend doesn't know that the player is on the ship. It's latency.
Root causes, unfortunately, for it just looks the same, right? Again, if you don't have the ping glow, right? Ping glow is a telltale tells it's physics, right? It's the physics detection, which we're going to ease up. If the ship just despawns out of midair, right? I've seen this happen with ATC. Sometimes has with the timer problem that we fixed before had an issue where it could despawn your ship mid-flight when you left, which was egregious. I think that one has been solved, but jury's still out. I want a proper confirmation on it. The one where your ship is considered unattended and you're still in it and it despawns is completely like that needs to be solved right, like hotfix right away.
Also, I know what I just said is latency, and there's some coder right now or some engineer right now that says that latency, that's not how latency works, or latency is just a bunch of different shit wrapped up in a trench coat. You know exactly what I meant. There's an error between the client and the server. That's how that happens. Am I an engineer? No. I've just been staring at this shit long enough that I can see the girl in the red dress. Blonde, brunette, redhead.
Mission bugs.
Yeah.
Now, we went through a refactor with 4.0 that reduced the mission options, hopefully temporarily, but we're still seeing a lot of the same issues that we saw before. Arriving at a location and having no AI spawn, mission objectives failing to register, and cargo disappearing upon completion. The fight for Pyro event going on right now is particularly affected, with many players unable to complete it, or raise aspects of it due to bugs. Save state in Chapter 1 was like walking through a minefield trying to figure out which parts worked and which parts didn't. The Net 402 has more mission stuff in the content. It's like, talk to me about missions.
Sure.
Please. Elliot, this one's for you. I gave you crap on the other one, but I'm doing this for you, man.
Okay.
Help us out.
So let's start at the beginning.
This is where Benoit admits that a lot of the problems with missions is his fucking fault, or is the network fault, not the Elliot's codes. Elliot's missions work. It's just the fucking game doesn't want to tell his game tell them it works.
Right. What did we do in 4.0 for missions, right? So the way missions worked previously is that with first one server with all the entities, all the 100 players playing on it. When you played missions, there was an invisible entity created on the server somewhere. The location doesn't matter, right? That would.
I always feel bad about that.
Symphony of Steel just resubscribed for 8 months. I really enjoyed this show. It made me feel like they were talking to us humans, as humans.
Thank you so much for that. Now 8 months of support. You're very important. Pupper, very impressive. You're very good at stream. This is your fault. The reason we're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat. Y'all shots and cheers. They forget that 60% of missions, like box and investigations, are missing for 4.0. That's because they're probably completely removing investigation missions because they've been working on a new investigation mission system for a long time. And I don't know if they're going to bring back box missions. They said they did in PTU for a while, at least. I'd be curious if it's latency or race conditions. Race conditions have been something that's been plaguing CIG recently, if you read the monthly reports. Like every single fucking monthly report in the last 6 months has had some mention of having problems with race conditions, which is like, why is this such a problem? I had to like look up to see what the fuck that was. The simplest answer I can give with what a race condition is when the process is sped up and doesn't kill when it's supposed to kill. It just keeps going. Elliot says he likes box missions, just hates box vending machines. That's what it is. Okay. Two processes are working with each other, but keep stepping on each other's toes. But they won't kill each other. Like they're not canceling each other out like they should be. Yeah, they are. It's because they're the oldest version of the game. Box missions just need a new drop-off points. They need new pickups and drop-off points, but yeah. Only killing you, yeah.
Manage that mission, right? And the way the missions work, if you can picture it in your mind, is that there's a mission management module, and then when you reach certain locations, right, when you stream in that location, a mission module at that location is going to actually kick in and has its own logic for, like, if you're picking up a box, for example, let's say a box delivery mission, you get to that location, there's a mission module that pops up, does the A pickup logic. When you unpick up, it's like, oh, you need to go to this other one. Then there's another mission module at that location. Now that's the way, and then if I add global events on top of that, there's a global events manager on top of that. That was like a global thing on the server. Now I've said global multiple times here. Every single one I said, every single time I said global is not compatible with server meshing because we don't have a global entity set up, right? And so what needed to happen is a fairly large engineering task. I hate that we just said refactor, that we branded this as refactor, because it's really a new core mission system behind the scenes, which is completely outside of the game servers and does the orchestration of what a mission is, right? And the global flow of a mission. Hey, you have something to complete.
Like I was like, every single person was like, race conditions, explaining the same thing. They run out of order due to a completion of, or due to an early completion of what would normally be parallel processing, and wait gates don't hold. Yeah. Race conditions are basically data being read before another call is done writing. Yeah.
There are phases, objectives, there's state tracking, there's requirements, and rewards, right? And so it's the mission system is what we call it. There's no longer a mission entity that's hold on the server that just manages the whole thing. They all communicate to the mission system that then ticks the logic of the mission forward. Even though all these mission
See, these explanations are race condition. People are putting their explanations in before reading the other explanations. This is why you're all bots, and I know you were all bots.
Modules, written by the Kid Rock of Mission, can do all kinds of fun things, at each of the different locations. So the fundamental work was to make sure that the mission system was functional in server meshing. That was really the part of the gameplay element that was completely incompatible with server meshing. Another piece that we needed to solve in the build for 4.0 and as part of the mission system is how markers work. And so markers are always a big issue. Have always been a big issue in Star Citizen since the very beginning. And with server meshing, these became even more problematic. So, let me state the problem. You're on a Pyro game server, and I'm on a Stanton game server, but I add you to my party. Now, I want a party marker on you, right? My game server doesn't even have your star system loaded. Like, it doesn't even know what's going on, right? And so for that, we needed a piece of technology that would allow the streaming system to stream your entity marker on my server so I could actually see your position changing. And so we've built...
Those are all good explanations. My brain said the same thing, but I couldn't describe it properly. The idea that it's moving and not killing or not ending when it was supposed to end, but moving in a direction I forgot it was in parallel. Where two processes are running at the same time.
Built all of this in place. But that's a fundamental change to how markers work. And now I'm going to dive into why do we have that many bugs behind it.
It's almost like we need a replication layer for the mission system itself.
Almost, right? Like for things that are tracking objectives across systems, things like that, right? And so the way
Y'all, you just described Star Sim. For fuck's sake. That's just Star Sim. It's Quantum. That's what the Quantum was supposed to be. A system that just tracks the fucking missions.
The way we call those things, like the markers, are independently streamable entities, which basically allows us to have a marker on an entity that's anywhere in the server mesh. Now that system works, right? It's in place. It's been fairly reliable, but that touches on all the markers in the game, and so a lot of issues came up for that. And one of the things that we have not tackled with the refactor is how missions are built. And to Elliot's credit, right? I think that
we're using Elliot's name, but there's
I'm using him on my. There's James. There's
Lars,
Nick, all these guys. So the credit to all these guys, right? We have not provided this team with the right tools to build compelling missions. They are dealing with an archaic scripting system that dates back to a previous era that we are just about to finish modernizing by replacing to give these guys modern tools and modern approaches. And so going back to markers, the markers are completely managed by game designers and set and removed and displaced and whatever.
That's why I feel bad about it, is that Elliot and his team make good missions. But the one thing that CIG has consistently done is abandoning the mission team. So the fact that Elliot and Lars and all their team is consistently pushing out missions that function at all, which I know some people say it doesn't function. It does function sometimes. Is amazing, because CIG is constantly avoided, and you can see the frustration in Kawaku's sometimes when he's just like, I want it to fucking work. I know it can work. I've built it to work. It works. Why won't it fucking work?
And that makes for very complicated systems and logic that's not very robust. And so that's why even with a robust marker system, because the markers are managed with ad hoc mission scripts, it makes it really complicated to follow. Like I remember distinctly when we did the golden ticket event, which that was the whole mission, was like, there's a marker on the ticket, right? Well now, the holder puts the ticket on his core armor. Now am I tracking the core armor? And then how does that work? And so the mission logic had to manage all these cases. And so now that we've kind of finished the foundation for making the mission system function in server mesh, and we're going to obviously keep iterating on making it robust in this setting and fixing the missions to make sure that they also leverage the system properly, bringing back the missions that are missing, but also improving the ones that are there so that they're even more robust, right? We've started the engineering work with the new StarScript Foundation to rethink how missions are made from the get-go, to give Elliot, Nick, James, and all these mission designers the right tools so that they're not bogged down with details. If you saw the way they make missions now, it's like involved, right? And we want to make sure that these guys focus on the flow and not on the functionality they have to build, so that programmers can support that content. So when we're talking about this change of focus, we're saying, we're going to deprioritize features. We're also going to prioritize features for content as well, right? So that they can make content that's fun and reliable, so that missions that have been notoriously problematic or events that have been notoriously problematic become fun and reliable, right? And that's what we really want to do for the mission part.
All right. That's going to be incredibly important.
Yes.
The mission stuff, especially for this year, this idea that of a narratively driven, content-driven year. If we're not providing, 8 to 10 sexy new features every single patch, we're not providing, places to go and things to do instead, connected to this narrative. Again, we'll talk more about the narrative on next week's ISC. Having that mission system seems like one of the larger. If I were in charge of the priorities, it seems like one of the larger ones. But we actually have some conversation about how you can affect that priority thing at the end of the show. Don't let me forget. Quantum drive.
Yeah.
Quantum travel.
The bug that.
Narrative, huh? I can tell you 3 things that you can do to fix narrative. 1, have somebody, voice actor, somebody who has a decent voice like Jared, voice a character that will be reused a bunch of times. This character will now become a giver of missions of some kind for a specific faction. And every 4 or 5 missions they do, you have that person call you on a mobiGlass and say, hey, buddy, what's up? We're going to talk a little bit. Here's a mission. Go do that. I know that requires some work, which apparently they're working on right now, but that is the only way you're going to get buy-in from players in terms of your missions, because nobody fucking reads in this game. All right. Sorry. That's my bugaboo this year is CIG giving us fucking voice-acted characters that we can interact with and improve and connect with.
Keep on giving.
There's a lot of stuff.
If you give people a voice-acted protagonist or a character that you can not the protagonist, but a character you can interact with, more people will read the fucking mission dialogue. I guarantee it, because there's a reason why they want to read it.
Starting and stopping with quantum travel. A lot of repeating the same actions over and over to get something to work. And a lingering issue of fuel states not syncing between meshes or simply vanishing altogether. Where's my quantum fuel, Benoit? And of course, some ships themselves disappear during quantum travel.
Right. A rarer case, but possible.
Do we have our own Bermuda Triangle? What's going on?
Well, yeah, Jens did add some notes here and said, oh, if you find the Bermuda Triangle, please report it on IC. So quantum has been, since the very beginning, we put the first meshing test in place. That was the first thing, right? It's like, quantum stops when I cross the server boundary. That's what happens, right? Still. So the same symptom has been, again, triggered by multiple, issues.
You find 5 causes, the 6th one shows up.
Correct, exactly. And the latest ones are related to the resource container. So again, I don't want to dive too deep on this, but like entities have classes that define what they are, and they have components on them that define their functionality. So like, if I have a box with a health component, then the health component manages its health, its damage, and its destruction, right? So the entire game is made like this, with components that define things. And so the quantum drive is made up of multiple components, and these components need to deal with the change of authority when we cross a server boundary. And so there's a lot of entities intertwined for quantum drive to function. Fuel, resource container, and quantum drive. And we've been fixing issues with this transition on these entities nonstop since the beginning, because there would be a fix, then it would work for 2 patches, then a change to how we deal with chump points would come in, and then re-break it. Right?
I'm gonna have to read that out loud. Story time. I took a job replacing a guy that left the company. I was sitting in a pit with all the coders and getting into this guy's fucked up code. I said out loud, was this guy on crack? And all the guys around me burst out laughing. He was, in fact, fired for smoking crack.
So we are in deep regression on a lot of things, right? And so to solve that, we need a lot more focus on validating the issues. It's like, yeah, we fixed this. Okay, let me try transition 1, 2, 3, 4. Like more, I don't want to say more QA, but more QA. We need a lot more QA to validate the fixes.
We're in the home stretch. How you guys doing?
Still
Again,
here. Cool.
if you need to leave, just, Pete, I'll drive the microphones back to you tomorrow. If you guys need to take off. So
the reason why he's constantly telling them is because they're filming this at like fucking 8 p.m. their time. So like they were supposed to have 2 hours and like hard 2 hours because it's middle. It's like later it's later now for me than it was for them there. But like it would like when I started the stream is when they basically started the or close to it, because it was like 11:30 Pacific. 5 hours. I think. Yeah.
A little behind the scenes here. I write a doc and all the things I want to hit and stuff like this, and I make myself little notes about things I want to remember that I hit.
Put some red
This
stuff.
one just says, prisons, I'm tired. What's going on? It's all I wrote for this. Prisons, I'm tired. What's going on?
So prisons is, and I've learned about this in inquiring a bit about the mission, the prison bug, right, is actually a mission. And it's a very old mission.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a mission module that runs the prison logic. And so for those, I'm sure everybody's familiar, but for those who are not for some reason, there's a bug that lasted through preview and at the beginning of 4.0, I think, or it was fixed just before that, where if you were a criminal and you got caught and you ended up in Klitcher,
you got what you deserved.
Well, I don't know. But you could try to prison escape, which didn't work because the mission logic that drives the prison escape is tied to this. And so the codes weren't outputting correctly. The logic was basically made for the old mission system. It was not ported. That's part of the refactor. And so it basically depended on when you get to that location to give you a new mission instance for your prison experience, which the new system requires that these modules are persistent and stay there, which accumulate the logic change. And so the logic becomes desynchronized with the state of the mission. So what that did is that you would literally do your time, either use smuggled in Adenite from somebody else or mine it, pay your due, and then the elevator would look forward to the front, to the prisoner who's paid us, blah, blah, blah. And then you would press the elevator. Again, elevators are back. Press the elevator to leave. And then it would never detect that the action area that you're leaving is actually triggering, which triggered the, leave prison logic, right? And so the guys have done a hotfix for this in preview, actually, at the end of the preview, I think, where they've moved the logic for this leave prison flow to the actual law component that's on your character. And so now we're guaranteed that no matter how weird this flow would get, it's actually going to be reliable.
You just said we guarantee it's going to be reliable. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes in this.
No.
You just used the phrase, it's guaranteed
all right,
to be reliable?
Let me rewind. It should be a lot more reliable because your players always streamed in. So I have a fairly good confidence on this fix.
What Benoit is trying to say is that if it breaks, it's not going to be for the same reason.
As long as the elevator works.
That's a big caveat, Benoit. As long as the elevator works. We could sit here for another 2.5 hours and say all kinds of grand things and just be like, as long as the elevator works.
Maybe we'll put some stairs in prison. In fact, what you need the prison escape code.
What's that meme with like the giant blocks and it's like the entire world, like some coder wrote in 1990 with like the tiny little like domino that's holding up this whole box. Fucking, that's elevators.
Got like 4 more topics, we're done. Mining.
Yeah.
Sometimes minables are taking up to an hour to fully load in, making them rather impossible to mine.
Yeah, mining has been actually a dreaded gameplay loop in 4.0. That's one of the reasons when we did the evaluation, whether 324 or 4.0 preview, whatever, we did take a look at mining. Like, is mining functional? Is mining in the prospector functional? Is mining in the mole functional? Is mining on the rock functional? Is hand mining functional?
Mining on the rock has never been functional.
It actually was intermittent in the first report, but
I hate the rock DS.
We've identified what we think is causing this delay. It's basically the conversion from the render node object, because the mining and harvestables are always in large quantities, right? They could be a very large performance hog, and so they're highly virtualized. And so there's a conversion from render node to entity that is, for some reason, very slow. And so we're diving in to try to figure out what's going on, but that's what's happening. So that's why it takes time for them to show up properly.
There's nothing wrong with the rock DS, people, just with the people who like it. All right, I'm officially tired.
Solidarity, Jared.
Jared, how could you represent those Planet Premium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries?
Hey, we didn't talk about the mission reduce strict rep gates.
The what?
The reduce strict mission sharing has also been reduced with new strict rep gates. Is one stop.
I just thought that sucked. I didn't think you had an answer for it.
No, I got an answer for it. I went to the people.
You screwed up mission sharing and the payouts, and it's miserable and it's terrible now.
Also, there was a bug that caused everybody in a given mission to get the reward for the missions, right? So that means if a mission payout was 10K, then everybody would get 10K, everybody participating.
It was amazing.
Well, so the funny bit is I talked to Rich Tyra about it, and he's like, I couldn't catch it before they fixed it. That's what I want. And so ultimately, it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but that's the direction we want to go in. We want to encourage you guys to play together. And so having those rewards divided is kind of a counterpoint, right? To get people to play together. Like, why group with you if I'm going to get half the payout, right? And so the thing is, like, the system doesn't work.
How much? God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. My brain. Oh, God, I've been hanging around coders too much. Oh, God damn it. A bug is just a feature you haven't figured out yet. How much of Star Citizen's features were just bugs? Oh, my brain is hurting. It's too late for me to have this revelation. Oh. Oh, Jump Town was a bug. Your ships persisting when they weren't supposed to after they got destroyed was a bug. Oh, fuck. Most of the shit that CIG has ended up adopting were bugs. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, bug is just an undocumented feature. That's supposed to be a joke. That's supposed to be a morbid joke amongst developers. The fucking fuck.
The way we want it to do. So the fix did go through, right? Because it was an easy fix and we had the right persons in place to do it. But that's not where we want this to be. We do want to improve that part.
We're at 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And talking about all the bugs that still need to be fixed.
Correct.
And the one bug we did fix was one we didn't want to fix.
I know, it's crazy, right? It's a train.
You know, I challenge you. Whatever you think about the project or me or Benoit or the show, you've never seen an episode of any kind of dev communication like this from any other game developer. Nobody's ever been willing to sit in a chair for 2.5 hours plus and be grilled about all this. So, all right. Just 2 more or 3 more. 3.
You just want elevators, the fucking elevators to work? Copenhagen's. Just wait until there's a bug. There's going to be a bug that fixes the fucking elevators. CIG won't know how it happened. It just will. And then it'll just work then.
3 more subjects. 3 more subjects.
We got mining done.
Fuck me.
Vulkan
damn it.
and NVIDIA driver issues. So players who are using Vulkan with the latest NVIDIA drivers are reporting graphical artifacts and crashes. I know some of these crashes were seen from third-party softwares. What was that one that we found one guy who had like 40 instances of the same crash and it was all linked to this third-party thing he was using?
Oh, was that Reshade on this?
Was it Reshade? It was called something else, I can't remember. Overall, what can you tell us about what's happening with Vulkan and the NVIDIA drivers?
Well, so we're still investigating the cause, but for now, right, we think it's related to a specific driver version from NVIDIA related to the upgrades for the 5090 cards. So we're not quite sure exactly, but it is definitely, when you update your NVIDIA drivers, there are two drivers, one for Direct3D and one for Vulkan. It doesn't look like it, but there are two. And so we think that there's an issue related to the latest version of the driver for Vulkan specifically. And so you could downgrade your drivers and it probably solve the issue in the meantime, but we're still investigating to make sure it's completely not, related to this. But we've been investigating other games are also having the same issue, and so we're
there was one or two drivers ago where I saw somebody that had glowing heads. All the character heads were glowing and stuff, and they were on Vulkan.
We don't think it's a third-party app in this case, though.
Yeah, no, that was just one instance we were chasing down. I was watching.
You do need to be careful with third-party apps that inject into the 3D pipeline for multiple reasons. One of them being that the ESC sandbox can catch it, but also because they can cause GPU crashes. So,
all right. The last two are about how we make these things better. Issue Council. So, Issue Council has bugs. Issue Council has some issues with it. Players are talking about the effectiveness and usability of the Issue Council. I've seen them expressing frustration with the dupe system and suggesting improvements to the reporting process. There is significant discussion about the difficulty of reporting recurring bugs that have previously been marked as fixed. Why is this happening? How do we address this going forward? These are the folks who are trying to help us.
The first thing I would say is that the Issue Council at CIG is of extreme importance, right? Even though for players, if you don't feel like your issue is being actioned or that there's retroaction from the team, you can be certain that we have, especially Bayer's group is at the forefront of this, but Issue Council reports are significantly of high quality in general when they do pass the filters, of course, right? And so we use that data every day, right, to confirm issues. A lot of the issues we have on our famous directors list that I just talked about are not internal JIRAs. They're IC reports, right? And so that process is super key for us. It's a very difficult signal to noise ratio process though, because the level of effort put into reporting is not necessarily of smooth quality. Like the quality range is large, is what I'm trying to say. Some reports are like game no work, others are like extremely filled with evidence, and those are the ones we want, obviously. We do want to improve the dupe system. So I've seen several backers on the ETF and elsewhere that are very active at calling out dupes. And for now, I think that their voice are kind of muddled by people saying, oh, I can reproduce, right? Instead of saying, oh, I confirm this dupe, right? So we're actively looking at how we can improve that flow, because that's a major, like when we identify a duplicate, it's a major win, right? So when you contribute to the Issue Council, a new report is, depending on the issue, right, takes a lot of effort for it to reach us because you need to get reproductions on it. Reproducing another issue is a great contribution, but identifying a dupe is probably the best contribution you can make because that helps us a lot. And for now, that's not leveled enough. So we want to change the way the Issue Council works to make that a lot more at the forefront, for sure. But the prioritization and the upvotes have historically been used, but in this new process, we're also trying to lean into this a lot more. And so the please fix hammer button, right, to upvote an issue, we're going to try to give it a voice and actually make some of the internal discussions we're having, I can share some thoughts if you guys are interested, are even to have community identified issues directly in the directors list, like make the community a director in this list.
There's also some amount of things being marked dupes that aren't dupes.
Sure.
It's people are moving fast. Some people think they've seen that before or whatever, or they think this is the same thing as that, but it's not. Right. It's just in the same ballpark or whatever. So there's also this thing that happens where things are getting marked dupe and they're not dupe, and I don't know how you battle that.
No, that's a balancing act, right? That's why for now I feel like the dupe markers are kind of more experienced, testers that are helping us, but deduping, right, will happen typically when we actually intake a bug, right, from the community, and we're going to try to repro it internally. That's where we're like, oh, it's been marked as a dupe, but it actually is a new symptom, or it's the same case as another one or not.
Do you think there's some amount of? Is it possible that there's some amount of semi-malicious intent there? People who are farming dupes or using bots or whatever, because as I know there are incentives for participation in the IC and stuff like this.
Right.
Obviously, we incentivize the use of the Issue Council because it was incredibly important to our to the way that we make the game. But any incentive tends to be weaponized in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
So have you seen evidence of this? Is this?
No, not so far, right? Not so far as to say like, oh yeah, there's this going on, right? The worst things that we've seen so far in IC would be things like brigading a specific issue, right? And that's why also we've been kind of careful with rewards to the Issue Council. It's not because we don't want to reward players that are doing stuff there. Like we are doing some of them, but we're always trying to stay asynchronous so that you can't go, oh, they're going to reward for this, so I'm going to go and create reports, or I'm going to create dupes, or I'm going to create whatever.
It's obviously you're the person who would know, and it's not that I don't believe it. What I've seen,
Sure.
and what I'm reading in chat right now, would you commit to maybe taking a look at that and maybe seeing if maybe it is being manipulated?
Yeah, I can absolutely look at it.
Okay.
Especially if there's a sense that that's happening. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Apple Tango. It's the best part about living in the UK.
Never had that. Actually.
Last. Obviously, we're not covering every bug, every topic in the thing. That's,
well,
we've done more than
hours.
We've done more than any human being in the world. David I've never seen this look on David's face before. Like David was a kind and jovial spirit,
and now he's like down.
And now he's like I'm gonna pay for this.
Yeah.
The error codes themselves, famously, 30K could mean 40 different things, 50 different things, 60 things. We have made progress. We've absolutely made progress. But even that 630 is that's not just one thing. There's multiple causes for even the 630. It's like this. Are there any initiatives in place to help this drive down? Anybody who's worked in IT, I worked in IT for 20 years before I came here. Everybody knows that the worst errors are the ones where you can't rely on the error code. And you're never going to get 100%. You're never going to get to a point where every single error code is just going to spell out to you everything that's exactly wrong with it. But I feel like there's still improvements we can make.
Absolutely.
We're not at that point where there's nothing more we can do.
No.
So what are we doing about it?
Well, so on error codes, the error codes are going to go and merge pop-ups into that, right? Because, I mean, the error pop-ups date back to the very original start of the project. Like, nobody's touched these things in forever, right? So the nicely misaligned cancel button is my favorite pet peeve, right?
Why haven't we fixed that button?
Well, we're fixing it. So we actually have a CL right now to change all these pop-ups to make them at least readable, and aligned, right? So we start with that. But
no, you start with the elevators, then you fix that button.
So the error codes themselves, right? So there's already good categorization for issues. So every kind of like 30,000 errors, 40,000 errors, 60,000 errors are all like families of errors. Unfortunately, over the years, we've added more systems, we've grown the infrastructure, and there's a lot more causes for exit or fatal errors than there are actual code assigned in those categories. And so what we're doing now is kind of seeing if we can surface more information. 30,009 is typically related to your character during login, but there's a million causes that could cause a 30,009, whether it's that shard can't outstall your player, or your player is missing a component, or, and we're trying to surface more of that so that there's more of these cases so that you can, as a player, know a bit more about it. Also, the wording for some of those errors are being revamped because, they're not always very clear. And we're trying to...
I want to do that shocked bird gif right now. Continue.
Correct. And so adding more details and more granularity to our error codes, changing the wording, making sure they're more effective at representing what they are, and eliminating a bunch of there's a couple cases where we fall to a default error code for kind of unknown conditions. That's what we need to flesh out, is like the unknown, what is the unknown condition? Try to surface more error codes from the other systems to get more of that information in place. So we need more clarity on that side so that players like, oh, I got a 19K error. What does that mean, right? Like I go in Spectrum a lot in the SC testing chat, and I see players going like, what's the fix to 19K errors, right? And a 19K raw error is like your client can't talk to the backend service at all. So it's typically a client-side problem, firewall, machine connectivity, something like that. But the error message itself is really unclear, right? It's like, oh, we failed to log you in, right? Well, what can I do as a player to fix that, right? So we're trying to get a lot more clarity on these error messages. That's part of like the improvements of these things that have been plaguing us forever. These goddamn pop-ups are one of them.
I've had it to hear with these goddamn pop-ups.
Hey, you want a funny one? Like here's a funny one on these pop-ups, right? Because we're all complaining about them, but we lost those pop-ups during the 4.0 preview. Right? Mm-hmm. Everybody was having a black screen. Everybody was complaining about a black screen. It's like, I get a black screen, right? Well, what actually happened is that someone that I shall not name, right? But a developer fixed another issue where when you die, we need to move the camera and move your character, and it looks like crap, right? So we didn't want to see that. And so the way to solve that was to fade out the game UI, including the pop-ups. That was it, And so in this case, it was if you got disconnected, then the pop-up would go fade to black. Great. Serenity now.
All right. So we're here.
Yep.
We're at the end.
This was raw game dev.
Going forward, I touched on this about halfway through, but going forward, with a focus on stability, performance, and content this year. This means less time available, fewer resources spent, and no patches dedicated specifically to new features. It's not that new features won't come out or they're not being worked on the background, just that instead of 10 or 15 people working on them, there's now a much smaller group, and the time, we're not going to time lock it into a specific thing. We're going to make good on the promise we made back with 3.0, quite honestly. Star Citizen has been this heavily feature-driven project in the past. Every 3 months or so, a patch with a bunch of new features comes out that brings people back. They come in, they see the new features. It's the cycle that's existed for so many years, and we're stopping that now. And we're focusing on fixes and quality of life and all. No more. Just from a marketing standpoint, these trailers where it's like this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature. Like those days are not here this year. That's not what this year's going to be about. So this thing's I'm excited And I'm scared at the same moment, if I'm being completely honest, because we've never seen what a content-driven, stability-focused year of Star Citizen is like. It's going to be different. And like anything else with Star Citizen, it's going to change and evolve over the year, because somebody will have an idea in April and we'll tweak this, and somebody will have another idea in June and we'll tweak this. So all we know is that it's going to be different. It's going to be different, hopefully better, but it's not what we've done before. Do you think this is scary? And more importantly, why is now the time for the change?
Well, I think first of all, it is very scary, right? Because it's a change of how we've been doing things forever, right? Which is like a focus on transformational change to the game, and constant evolution. Whereas now we're focusing on hardening and playability and looking at, what players are doing in the game and going like, everybody's hitting this problem, and then it's not just the voice on the side saying, hey, we should fix this, right? It's like, no, we're fixing this. Like every director in the company is going to be on top duty for this, right? Which,
I'll change that, Lefty.
How did Jens frame this for us? He said that the stability and performance heightens hunger for new content and new features, right? And that's the part that's scary. That if we do achieve what we're set to achieve, we're going to need features as well, right? And
when we get to that point, then everybody's going to try and it's like, there's nothing to do now. It's
the sushi restaurant energy, right?
Yeah.
But it just has to be done. And the reason why it's time to do this is because like Chris said it in his letter, that's the part that resonated the most to me, is like, we all acknowledge that if the game that we have now functioned the way it's supposed to, it'd be a great game, right? And that's what we want. We want a great game that we can build on, and pass a road to get us out of alpha, right? And that's why it's time now. That's why we're committing to this.
And if there's one thing we've obviously spent a lot of time. We've obviously spent a lot of time here. Sorry, Pete, took my hand off my face. Audio guys, just like stop talking into your. I'm tired. If there's one thing you want to make sure people take away from this today, the letter in December, all of the refocusing and restructuring that's going on now, and from this, admittedly, a lot of talk. The proof will be in the pudding over the next year.
Yep.
What do you want people to take away from today?
I mean, I think I want players to know that we know about the state of the game. We're not oblivious to it. We really care about making the work of our teams shine, and we're going to work our ass off to get this game stable and solid and to be the game that we want to be. I think it's about time we do that change.
Well, Spirit Wolf 655 in chat says pure BS.
All right.
Trying, guys. Benoit?
Before we get to this, the part, I'm going to say this real quick. That is a lot of fancy words. They have you've finally gotten the last foundational tech into the game. Fantastic. Wonderful. But for now, that's just words. We need to see actual, actionable change. When that happens, that's when I think you can win back the trust. But trust is earned, not given. You have to earn back that trust. And I know it's scary. It's scary as shit for them to have to do this. But all it is adapting to a changing environment. Change is normal. Change is expected. Change should happen because change is one of the only constants in this goddamn universe. So if you can adapt to change, you can adapt to anything. And it's not that difficult to fucking market a game when you have story in the fucking thing. It's lots more easy than earned. Yep. All right. Great to turn on my fan. Yes, they're doing better than they have in the past, but they have to improve significantly. I will start to believe this if we actually get 402 in a better shape than 401 in February, and 403 or 41, whatever they're going to be, in March. As long as it is actually functional and we actually get the 10 patches that Jared said, because that's another problem. They said 9 or 10 patches. No one heard 9 or 10 patches. They heard 10 patches, a patch a month, you know. All right, so I'm going to slow this down now. I don't think it's as scary as they're making it out to be. I think they're just trying to emphasize the fact that they're doing something different, and this is going to be a new for them, and it's going to be difficult for them to get through it. But CIG has, quite frankly, been resting on their laurels too much. I've been saying this for many times. The reason why we don't see changes into the monetary system of like how CIG makes money is because what has worked in the past is still working. So why change it? And my response is that's because if you don't change it, by the time you need to change it, it's already too late. You can't get locked into that corporate mindset. You have to anticipate change so that you know what to do when it happens. Speaking from somebody who has to fucking think on his feet 24/7 because that's my job as a teacher. I don't know who the kids I have are or what situation they're in until I actually meet them and know what they're going on. A kid could be completely normal one day and have a complete mental breakdown the next because he's dealing with, issues at home that I have never heard about or even thought about because that hasn't really been my purview. Now suddenly I have to transition from being a teacher to a counselor. Once you've learned how to adapt to it, it's not too difficult. And I know that coding is not the same as teaching, or game development is not the same as any of that, but life isn't that different. Like, the universe isn't that different. Yeah, I'm not sure the Joker card and a full company effort, see that no one specific and accountable will be enough. Yeah.
Dem biddies.
Figure them biddies.
Thank you so much for taking your time to be here. Folks don't know this. There was the entire CTG team is here for the annual summit. There was a big celebratory party for launching server meshing and finally getting out the door. It's happening right now. It started right as we went on the air, and Benoit, chose to be here to do this instead. He chose to be here for 3 hours and face the tough conversations. Yeah, we're just about 3 hours. Damn. Thank you so much. I gotta thank David, Pete, and Lauren for sticking it out. This is not what I sold them when I said, come help me make the show. The community team and the player experience team are going to put up a thread on Spectrum where they discuss many of the pressing issues that we talked about today, and they're going to have you vote on which ones you think are most pressing. Obviously, we have our own internal prioritization. We talked about the director's list and stuff like this, but it was an initiative that was really important to the top leadership. We wanted to know what you guys are thinking and what you guys are doing. So look for that. I'm not sure when it's going to go live or in what subsection. Just check it out on Spectrum. It'll be up. Thank you again, and
hopefully I don't get flamed by the game devs for my details. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if I've still got a job back when I go to that thing. Let's see. I want to say one more thing before we go. This is give me a minute here. This is going to be a real change of topic here. In November, for IAE show episode 3, we released this puppet song that John Crew and I did, that I wrote, and this thing that I've been dreaming about. Kat, our fantastic creative director for the project, made it all happen, and so like this. And it was one of the things I was most proud of. And about an hour after that episode went live, on November 28th, I called my dad. Those who have followed the project for a while know my dad is a star citizen. Ever since that random day in 2017 when I got a text message, hey son, when is the Cutlass Red? Get this or whatever. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? My family is not supposed to be involved in this thing. He's been a star citizen for a long time. I called him up because it was one of those things that I knew would make him proud and it would make him laugh.
Yeah, I muted myself so I wouldn't interrupt Jared on accident. But I'm going to do this as a content warning so that you, because what Jared's about to go over can be depressing and can be traumatic, especially if you've lost somebody recently. So know that before we get going. Just make sure you know. Okay. Yeah. If you haven't seen this before, you might cry.
And it did. He answered the phone in a hospital bed. There was nothing to worry about at that point. He just felt a little weird. At his age, they would take precautions. And he assured me everything was fine. We watched it together and we laughed and everything was great. And we said goodbye and we talked about how excited we were to see each other at Christmas. About an hour later, he had the first of a series of heart attacks. And on December 9th, after a week of convincing me that I did not need to rush out there because he was going to be okay and everything, he passed away. And when I went back, and I'm doing all the things that a son has to do when their father passes away, I'm going through his computer, I'm going through his records and making sure everything. What I discovered was I knew he liked Star Citizen. I did not understand the breadth of involvement that he had. He retired. He retired from the Army and from the Corrections Service and from Homeland Security and all the things he did over his life, and he became a professional Star Citizen. His Discord was full of over 100 unread DMs, and as I went through them, they were all talking about Star Citizen. He was in at least 14 different Star Citizen Discords. He was in a number of organizations, and he was an officer in several. And he was able to do that because of you. I didn't talk about Star Citizen with him. We had a standing rule that when I came home for holidays and whatnot, he was not allowed to ask me a question about Star Citizen until after dinner was done and the plates were done. It was really important to me to have one aspect of my life that was not completely consumed with Star Citizen, and I made that my family. His engagement with this project was all because of you. There were Star Citizens at his funeral. There were Star Citizens at his wake. And not the worst Star Citizen I've ever been to. But what I came away with is just a profound appreciation for many of your roles in his life. His retirement was playing with you. So many of you, names I see in the chat, I saw in the chat today, which is why I'm saying this now. So, from me, personally, thank you for being there for him when I wasn't able to be. And you made the last 6, 7 years of his life some of his happiest. So, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing Star Citizen. Thank you for being the community that you've always been. Even the ones that call out total BS. You're all appreciated. That's it for this show. Tune in next week. There's a BTS episode and an ISC episode about something. I can't even think about what they are anymore. Thank you. And we'll see you next week, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Thanks.
I know. I know I'm muted. Again, I didn't want to interrupt because that's important. I knew the moment it happened. Within the day it happened. It was told to me, and it was said specifically, the family requests privacy. Shut up. It's rough. And it's rough because I lost my dad around the same time the year before. So, I know the feeling. I'll be right back. Need more water. Yeah. No, I'm just going to go late tonight. I'm not off tomorrow, so I got to go to work. Kids won't be educated on their own. But I got one more thing. There you go. All right. Yeah, but I also go to go get more water. Because that way I don't have to cry as much. Mostly because of my own father. He died in a very similar way. He died very suddenly with a heart attack. I wasn't there. So yeah. I need more water because we got to also do a monthly report thing, so. All right. Don't want to talk about that, Omega. Not the right time. All right. Night, Lorden. All right. Whew. All right, let's do this, chat. Hello. Welcome to another Office Hours. Oh, it's a capsule. That's right, an Office Hours capsule. This is a small section of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, no, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPub live. We've had a very long stream for this one because I had to start a little bit later than usual, and CIG just released a very long ISC, or SCL, Stars in Live. It was 3 hours long. We watched the entirety of it, even sped up, it took a long time. And now we're going to be looking at the Star Citizen Month Report for January 2025. Now, before I get started with this, it's important to understand that the monthly reports, I don't summarize. I read the whole thing from beginning to end. Summaries are fine. They do function, especially for people who don't have a lot of time. But if you really want to be informed with this project, you need to be able to read and consume as much as you can about what CIG is saying. That gives you a little bit better understanding of setting expectations for what's going to happen in the future, because CIG is often bad at setting expectations publicly. So I read the whole thing with my own commentary put in here and there to kind of give context to what has already been said in the past. So without that being said, if you're interested in any of this, I have an entire playlist that has all of this, which will be right up there, that has all of these stretching back a couple of months. So if you just want some time to hear about my stupid ideas or what CIG's been doing over the time, go ahead and check that out. And with that being said, let's get started with the Star Citizen PU monthly report for January 2025. And chat is lying to you. All right, AI content. The AI content team began the year prototyping an upcoming NPC that will utilize an amalgamation of several behavior types. Work was done on a proprietary tool that will allow the designers to generate a script of an in-game dialogue flow to ensure lines work as intended. This will allow much more efficiency in the writing and capturing of future characters. The team then began updating Stanton's landing zones with bespoke air traffic controllers that better represent the city. While there is still some required technical validation, these characters will start appearing soon. Yes! We got Elson back. Well, whoever the ArcCorp and Lorville and those versions of Elson is. Finally, the designers continued their ongoing review of Stanton, this time focusing on Grimhex to refactor the population to ensure it's using the correct behaviors and acting appropriately. AI features. In January, AI features' primary focus was split between bug fixes and creature behavior improvements. For example, the code for throwing grenades was updated to unify some of the code paths. This gives more considerate functionality between cover and open space launches. For human combat behavior, friendly fire checks were updated to not consider the large bounding boxes of vehicles as friendly, which could block firing. For example, for creatures, the team focused on improving the Valakar's behavior. We're working hard to make sure the creature arrives in your hands in the best way possible. AI features team. The devs are currently expanding the group's system to be more dynamic and better support dynamically spawned entities. The first use case is the Kazi Grazer, as having a better understanding of the group they belong to will improve the look and behavior of the herd. AI features also continue to sync their work between projects to ensure that improvements made for Squadron 42 are available for use in the persistent universe as quickly as possible. AI Game Intelligence Development Team. Fun fact, by the way, CIG is hiring several AI programmers, and when I saw that, I was like, they're building AI? Like in the large language model or machine learning, a lot of the stuff that's popular for AI these days. And I actually looked at the job description, and it's this. It's NPC AI. It's GOF AI, as apparently the industry calls it. So, fun. So if you do see CIG has AI positions open, it's actually not to do with the 11 Labs partnership they've recently announced, or not announced, that's been announced by 11 Labs. Or anything about LLMs or machine learnings. It's just this. The Game Intelligence Development GDI team continued their work on StarScript, with January's goal of being able to implementation of the Views feature. This was requested by the designers who consider it a significant feature of the tool. Work involved creating the Views object and Views folder in Smart Outline, managing Views functionalities, ordering and deleting views, and grouping graphs. It also involved presenting Views and its header in the script graph and implementing back and forward functionality. Once complete, GID, what about Nod? GID began implementing StarScript's new master graph design, which will be represented in the sectioned format rather than a global display as in Apollo. This means it will be viewed from the perception of a selected state. This visual design will be created by each hierarchical state, for each hierarchical state. A visual improvement was also made automatic parenting groups This improvement was also made to the automatic parenting groups for parallel and sector nodes, making the graph appear less crowded. QA are currently testing the tool to identify any issues following procedures. AI tech. The AI tech team began this year fixing bugs, improving features, and kicking off new tech. For the latter, began work on a new 3D pathing implementation that will give better results in tight spaces or areas that concave shapes. This will also be utilized by ship AI when traversing complex asteroids or space stations, and can also be used by NPCs when EVAing inside ships. The internal StarScript tool received multiple usability improvements for creating new behaviors and missions. AI Tech also finalized December's work on the chase and melee attack movement requests, which delivers a boost in both performance and visual fidelity compared to previous implementation. We know that some of that is the AI melee attacks by the Vandul for Squadron, but there is a melee attack that is specifically set up for Outlaws. There's an entire gang that's mentioned in the Squadron 42 monthly report where they made specific versions of the AI that was melee based. So we may have melee fighters, swords, clubs, axes, that we'll be dealing with in the future, which means we may have more than just knives in the future. Who knows? The conversation system also received updates to how avoidance bubbles are computed so that NPCs don't disturb an ongoing conversation. For Alpha 4.0.1, fixes were made to the navigation and Boyd systems. Alongside this, planning was done for the work still required to fully synchronize AI components with server meshing authority, transition, and other features and systems planned for development this year. Here's a flow of the master graph. Animation. The gameplay animation team began this year working on the Copian Hound and various sizes of the Valakar. They also created facial animations for various PU characters and events, and worked alongside AI designers for more robust social AI behaviors. AI for the Spec Ops set, alongside two others, is currently underway to add more challenge to combat. Art characters. In January, the character team continued working on Starware Art Det. So someone asked, what is Starware Art Det? In my Discord recently. Almost certainly it's the art that is old, meaning the art that it goes into Starware, which is the clothing, which hasn't been updated to the new shaders or the new materials or anything like that. So we're talking about like clothing which probably dates back to like 2.0. There's a lot of old clothing in the game. They also modified the Duster armor, progressed with the Stealth armor, designed a new backpack, and developed additional creature variants for future patch releases. The concept art team explored ideas for various new items and are currently looking into paint schemes for existing armors. Community. The community team kicked off the year announcing the winners of the Gift That Keeps On Giving video contest. To showcase that it was coming up, they released an epic month ahead comlink, which previewed the events and activities planned for the rest of January and into February. The team also managed the first revamped Squadron 42 newsletter alongside launching a contest that offered a chance to win page sheet music from Squadron 42's score. They also supported the Fight for Pyro global event with miscellaneous publishing tasks and comprehensive information post. Lastly, but most importantly, the team carried on with evergreen tasks related to gathering, distributing feedback directly to development, and is already deep in discussion on how they can shed more light on the details of any ongoing issues the community may be encountering. The team continued to support the Red Festival 2955, including a catch-all post, the Envelope of the Verse Kindness screenshot contest, a referral bonus, and an updated Arena Commander schedule. Additionally, they supported Atmo Esports' Daymar Rally 2955 and began finalizing plans for this year's Bar Citizen World Tour alongside a variety of other event-related initiatives. We're eagerly looking forward to meeting you all across the globe, and we continue the Bar Citizen World Tour in 2025. We welcome your input on future locations, whether you're interested in large gathering or a small meetup. We want to hear your suggestions. Check out the full details here. Core gameplay. Throughout January, the core gameplay teams investigated and improved many issues found during Alpha 4.0 live preview. Some of these proved difficult to reproduce and resolve, leading to a few false positive fixes. The teams are currently expanding their debugging tools and logging to better understand the future problems and ensure the correct solutions are applied. Core Gameplay also began planning for the rest of the year, laying the groundwork for upcoming patches and planned features and content. Alongside this, technical documentation was created for fundamental improvements or rewrites to some of the core systems, including the transit and hangar flows. This involved the cross-team collaboration to ensure that improvements are not solely on the game side, but also support content setup and the latest engine features. Okay. We did hear last time from the engine team that specifically they were interested, or that they were working on, finalizing Vulkan. So like Vulkan implementation is supposed to happen in the next major patch, which may be 4.1, maybe another name. We don't know how CIG is going to name their patches going forward beyond the 0.1, 0.2 sort of thing, which is where it's currently going on. Because 4.0 is a brand new patch, so we don't know if they're going to change their naming schedule. The economy. The economy team kicked off the year gathering feedback and data regarding the changes they implemented in Alpha 4.0. They then tweaked commodity prices and fixed several issues identified in Pyro. Mission design. The mission design spent time fixing bugs for Fight for Pyro, ensuring it was ready for release. Following this, they continued the ongoing mission refactor and shared an update on the status of some old missions on Spectrum. They also continued to create new, unannounced content that will improve the quality of all missions, including retroactively improving all existing missions. All right. Narrative. The narrative team began 2025 meeting with multiple disciplines to solidify new plans of delivering in-game narrative content. They also focused on increasing the number of characters that players will meet in the verse. Thank God. I've been saying for a long time that the thing that Star Citizen is now lacking in terms of narrative, because having two NPCs talk to each other was added in 4.0, which adds a lot of life to the verse. The next step, in my opinion, is having characters that people can connect with. If you can connect with the character, you will be more likely to care about that character and care about what they want you to do, if they're a mission giver or something else. Yeah. Through these efforts, their hope is that they will expand the storytelling opportunities that players will be able to experience and discover in upcoming patches. You don't need new features if you have intriguing stories. If there's a reason for people to log in, they're going to want to log in. In addition, the team fixed any remaining issues for Alpha 4.0.1 patch and generated mission text, location strings, and item records for the new content coming in upcoming releases. Online technology. In January, the Live Tools team released a new major feature to manage access and permissions in a more granular and versatile way. They're currently gathering feedback from some different users to discuss future improvements. Following the holiday break, the online services team continued to add various improvements to the ongoing mission system refactor, including global events and new features. Furthermore, the social and entity subscription services also received various improvements. In the last week of January, both teams met in the Montreal office to establish a plan for 2025-2026 roadmaps. This planning session resulted in more surprises that we will share with you in the upcoming months. Online technology team. R&D team. The R&D team began January investigating rare PU crashes inside the planet spawning code. A bug was found inside the serialization framework, causing a concurrency issue with an on-demand type of ID generation. A fix was made that is now live in the PU. Moreover, work started on prototyping a new method for large-scale soft terrain shadow generation. This will improve quality while reducing the fairly high cost of generating the needed shadow maps. As mentioned in October's report, work on rain volumes inspired a prototype for improved ground fog rendering. This will be cheaper to evaluate and render and improve the modeling aspect of ground fog and its lighting by self-shadowing and casting shadows, like rain volumes and clouds. Work began on transforming the prototype into a production code. And lastly, VFX. For Alpha 4.1, the VFX team worked on the MISC Fortune and elements for another vehicle, which will be released soon. Probably the Super Hornet. The big push was also made to on previous location work that hadn't been ready for polish at the time of Alpha 4.0's release. All right. Very short monthly reports. For those of you who aren't used to these, the January reports and February reports typically are pretty small. It's usually around March when we start seeing pickups for more information comes out because the teams begin to work on what they've been planning on in the month of January. But the big pickups from here are a lot of fixing, a lot of bug fixing, which was supposedly the main focus. A lot of things with the online technology. Narrative seems to be focusing more on characters and storytelling, which is good. Same with mission design. A lot of it is focusing on fixing what is currently there and improving it. Core gameplay is entirely fixes for 4.0, which is unusual. That's usually the team that talks a lot about features and new stuff that's coming out. So again, more focusing on that. Character art is updating, fixing art debt and fixing, adding, new things to dusters and stealth, and so other factors that like armors that already exist in the game, just kind of adding into it. Oop. I completely forgot to turn off my alerts. My bad. Let's continue up with this. AI tech, a lot of stuff is focusing on just sort of code paths and stuff like that. So yeah, I might cut a little bit there. But yeah, it's a pretty short month. Mostly focusing on improvements. So thank you for watching. Thank you. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below on any of these. If you've been seeing CIG's own kind of discussions about moving more towards a stable, playable game over new features. If you see that in here, which is what I definitely see, let me know. Am I crazy at this idea? If you enjoy this, please join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Would love to have it coming down live. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you did enjoy the content like this. We do this stuff every month. Hit the like button to make sure you can spread the word. It really does help tell YouTube that other people who, like you, enjoy Star Citizen content might enjoy this content and suggest them to watch it. And of course, hit the bell icon to be notified when these release, because sometimes YouTube is bad, even if you're subscribed to my channel, to tell you when something comes out. That way you'll know more ahead of time. Thank you for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right. Welcome, everyone, from Meathead Militia. We're going to actually move on to our own. We're going to raid into another channel here shortly. We're actually coming to the end because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and I started an hour and a half late compared to what I usually do. So. You're good? That was kind of more of a wrap up. I got this like 20 minutes ago, and I'm almost done with it. Way past bedtime. You're bed. Oh yeah, it's 2:00 in the morning for you. Go to bed. Thank you for hanging out, y'all. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with Loken Plays. We'll probably be doing something else. I might drag him into Helldivers because I just want to do something other than Star Citizen. And on Saturday, we'll do a little bit of Star Citizen, and we've got a conversation. We're going to be talking about crafting in Star Citizen with Radar Ranger and Zark. So hopefully they'll come in and talk about that. I'll kind of talk with them. Sunday, I'm going back to Star Citizen with the League, my organization, the League of Relic Enthusiasts. We're going to go do some more Fight for Pyro in Pyro for the Headhunters. And then on Monday, we'll be doing another Zero to Hero run with my current Zero to Hero character, who is making some money for some less than, well, completely legitimate means. I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.